conferences jointly organized by the Georgetown University's McDonough School of Business and the World Bank's East Asia and Pacific Chief Economist's Office, and especially that dynamic duo of Jonathan Timmis and Tim DeStefano, who are leading this collaboration. There are many people in this room. There are many, many more people who have logged on online, so we have a large audience. Between the platitudes of how transformative artificial intelligence is and what is exactly happening on the ground within firms, there falls a big shadow. Our first conference revealed that a few large firms are leading the artificial intelligence revolution, but it is beginning to permeate the whole economy. The big problem is, despite the large amount of artificial intelligence we have, we are not really able to pin down the facts with hard data. And so little is understood about who is using artificial intelligence, how, who is not, and why, and how use might evolve over time. Most of all, we want to understand how artificial intelligence is going to affect growth and living standards. And that means understanding how it's going to affect productivity within firms, the utility of individuals who use it or benefit from the products, and also the well-being of the workers. Now, there's no doubt that artificial intelligence has tremendous potential, but we here in the World Bank are also concerned about the benefits which will accrue to poor people and poor countries. And here there's one big concern, because the data that feeds artificial intelligence is very unevenly distributed. And there is a concern that since the data that is used to train artificial intelligence comes from particular people, particular communities, and even particular countries, the predictions that come from artificial intelligence might also contain some biases. Now, addressing these questions is really profoundly important if you're going to ensure that the benefits of artificial intelligence accrue to everybody all over the world. And which is why I'm thrilled to have here so many smart people, people from the firms themselves, the protagonists of this whole revolution, people from academia, and also policymakers. And I'm particularly happy to have a leading light from this field, our Professor Catherine Tucker from MIT Sloan, who has thought harder about many of these questions than most people, and is a global expert. And she, apart from being a professor at MIT Sloan, is also the principal investigator of the NBR Economics of Digitization project. So, Professor Tucker, welcome.
Oh. Well, that was an absolutely fantastic introduction, but it was particularly fantastic because in some sense you said my big punchline, which is what I think we're hoping that you're going to gain from the day, is that in the end we're all excited about machine learning, we're all excited about artificial intelligence, where it may take us, but in the end this is a data-fueled technology, and just questions about the data that is going to fuel this technology really should inform our understanding about what its global impact may be. And we want you to just take that away from what we're going to do, and I know it's going to be a recurring theme throughout the sessions today. Now, you've heard I'm a professor, so in terms of a keynote, I'm going to warn you there's going to be some numbers, there may even be an equation, just to sort of set expectations. But before we get there and tell you what I'm going to talk about, which is some evidence about how missing data can distort artificial intelligence, I just want to talk a little bit about how we in economics think about artificial intelligence. And in some sense, this is the transition from the event we had in May, where the keynote speaker was Avi Goldfarb, who introduced some of these ideas. I just want to remind you what was said then, and then we can start to move on to my talk, which will be more about the data piece. Now, the history of the economics of AI is that it's a very short-lived field. It's been around for, I think, 5 years as a field. And it came together from a group of economists under the National Bureau of Economic Research, noticing that there was this AI revolution going on and trying to think, well, how is that going to affect how we're going to think about economics? Now, we've made 2 big steps in that field in the last 5 years, and let me tell you what they are, because I think they're useful insights. The first insight we had in around 2018 is that perhaps we'd always been dismissive as a field in economics about AI because it sort of felt like it was about Terminator Judgment Day. It was about robots becoming intelligent, something like that, right? They didn't see it as something that economists can really say anything about. But back in 2018, we actually realized that AI, it's not about robots. It's actually about prediction. And what we should, as economists, be thinking about is how do economies change when the costs of prediction dramatically fall. And so that's how we started off the research agenda, saying we can now predict stuff more cheaply, more easily. How is that going to change the economy? And we thought about that in terms of how firms and customers might relate. We thought about how it's going to affect job markets, and thought about how it's going to affect trade, and that was our first set of insights. Then the second set of insights happened around, I think, 2021, which is that we realized that the way we were thinking about AI was all wrong, in that we had been trying to identify the kind of jobs that would be most affected. And I think, like most people, we were fascinated by radiologists. We were convinced that it would be radiologists out of a job very quickly. That was like we made this confident prediction: radiologists, don't be a radiologist. And then we actually noticed in 2021 that was actually a terrible prediction. And we realized too that that's because we just hadn't really understood how AI as a technology was going to really echo other technologies in terms of its impact in the economy. Now, let me explain what I mean by that, which is that we were thinking about AI simply in terms of you had a task and then you replaced it with AI. And so that's why we were fascinated by radiologists, right? Their job is to look at unstructured data, make sense of it, make a prediction. We thought, ooh, that's where AI is going to be important. But then we realized we were making the classic mistake, which was made about electricity in the 19th century, in that we had thought then as, we thought then as a society that electricity was about replacing candles. It was about illumination. And so we were like, oh, electricity can light a light bulb. That's going to be the effect of electricity. But that was not the effect of electricity. The big effect of electricity was what happened when we rearranged factories to actually be running on electricity rather than steam, and the huge efficiency gains we got at that point. And so we realized then that, again, the effect of AI is going to be really about replacing systems in a way which makes it a lot more unpredictable, but in some ways a lot more interesting. So I just wanted to give you that background. That is how economists think about AI, and I have just done probably, the shortest shrift that anyone's ever done to an entire 5 years worth of intellectual endeavor. Okay, now with that said, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the plan for my keynote, because I'm one person involved in this effort to bring what we think of as the benefits of some economic thought to the question of AI. And I'm going to come at this as the perspective of someone who has thought for a long time more about digital data, its origins, questions about privacy. And that's going to be motivating a lot of what I'm going to say in this keynote. So I'm going to give you that motivation. Then we're going to get to those equations and tables. And then, because I'm a keynote, my other job is to be a little bit provocative, say some things that you can all then shout at me about in sort of hopefully a more enlivened Q&A. All right. So how did I end up getting interested in questions about machine learning and artificial intelligence? It actually came from me because I have been for a long time a scholar of the economics of privacy. And I was at PrivacyCon, which is an FTC, Federal Trade Commission, organized event in this very town. And I was presenting some of my more usual work about privacy, where I was showing that actually people's preferences about privacy seem to be very unstable. And I was giving some data about an experiment we run at MIT, where all the MIT undergraduates started off by saying we really, really care about privacy, and then we gave them the offer of a slice of cheese pizza, and suddenly they were giving up all their data. So that was the experiment I was presenting. And so it was very sort of typical me, and then, you know, and then I noticed I was literally the only person talking about privacy, literally at a conference called PrivacyCon. And I was like, wow, this is like different. And what I noticed was that the entire rest of, you know, computer science, law, policy, scholarship had moved on to really be thinking about questions of algorithmic justice, algorithmic fairness. And this is, in some sense, one of the important policy questions, which I think is shaping a lot of AI research, and I got very interested in that. And so the typical example I was seeing at that FTC conference, this is the one which really struck me, is this example, which comes from LinkedIn. And where what's happening is that you type into LinkedIn, Stephanie Williams, and then LinkedIn says, oh no, you can't have possibly meant a woman. It must be the case you meant Stephen, and tries to correct you. And you can see here, this is sort of what we think of as AI as economists, it's machine learning in action, in that we got a machine trying to make a prediction about what you really meant, what you really intended. But that prediction is somewhat uneasy in that, of course, you know, we worry that we're making predictions which may reinforce inequality. Now, after that, I got interested in this idea, well, okay, we have this explanation about algorithmic bias, that sometimes algorithms may make bad predictions or predictions we feel uncomfortable about because they, because perhaps the data they were trained on reflected some kind of bias in society, and that's the usual question. But I started to get worried, just because I've been interested in data for so long, about, well, given what I know about how messy, sparse, fragmented digital data really is, we've got now all this amazing technology, artificial intelligence, which we're trying to train on this data, but the data is still as problematic as it's ever been, even when it was more manual. And so I became interested in the question of how that is going to affect outcomes. And so I started writing about this idea of algorithmic exclusion. And this is distinct from the algorithmic bias literature, and it's just saying, look, algorithms can make mistakes, not because of how advanced the technology is, but just simply because data is missing. And I identified two reasons that data can be missing, both associated with privilege, which is data can just be sparse, not exist, and also data can be fragmented and difficult to match up. And both things will affect how algorithms perform. Now, let me try, and I promise you an equation, but let me sort of try and explain what's going to be different here. In that algorithmic bias is a literature, or algorithmic justice, usually you're worried about beta in this equation. And beta is the coefficient, you might think in a more traditional regression, which actually says, well, this is the interpretation we're going to put on the data, when making our prediction. So everyone's obsessed with beta and that we might get beta wrong because it's trained on the wrong kind of data. I, on the other hand, and this is where it gets nerdy, gets more excited about X. That's the actual data itself. And the fact that we're going to be training these models with missing X's in a way which could be problematic. So that's going to be the distinction, the sort of intellectual distinction of what I'm doing here. So let's just go through this, and I'll give you an easy example of sparse data, and then I'm going to go on to try and talk a little bit about how I've managed to document this in the real world. So my easy example is actually going to come from my hometown of Boston. And in Boston, as maybe happens a lot in the Northeast, we have a lot of potholes. We have our roads get a battering every winter. We have a lot of potholes. And so the Boston government decided that they were going to try and use technology to work out where potholes are. And this was a classic prediction exercise, and the idea was you were going to gather data from people's cell phones, and then when people drive, you're going to sometimes see dips, and you were going to use artificial intelligence or machine learning to predict what that meant about where the potholes were. Right, so it sounds really great, right? But what was the problem? Well, the problem was that they found a lot of potholes in Beacon Hill. And if you don't know your Boston geography, that's a really, really, really nice place to live, right? It's beautiful. It's got massive houses. It's, $1 million, $2 million to, get a studio. It's an amazing place to live. But that's apparently where all the potholes were in Boston, according to this data. And then at some point, none of the potholes were in any of the lower income areas of Boston, apparently. And if you've lived in Boston, you're like, no, that's not how it is. And there came the realization that the problem was that this entire prediction exercise rested on the idea that people would first of all download the pothole tracking app, and then not just download the app, but then have data running constantly in the background to be monitoring whether or not their car was going up and down. Both of those actions, the adoption of the app, the willingness to use unlimited and maybe an unlimited data plan to be constantly collecting data, they actually reflect a certain privilege in society. And so unintentionally, this very well-meaning machine learning project just went wrong because of having missing data. There were certain assumptions that everyone would be collecting data uniformly. We could train prediction on it, and it just didn't work. So I think my general point here is that having the kind of broad digital footprint, which gives us the kind of data that we're going to be using to train AI models to make these predictions, is often really a matter of privilege. I'm going to guess, both the people in the room and the people on Zoom, you're going to be spending a lot of time on computer work. In fact, every day you're just generating data at work. That's just what you're doing. You probably also have unlimited data on your cell phone, right? Allowing you to be constantly touching other digital touch points, creating data. Maybe you also got part of the Internet of Things. Maybe you're one of those people where your fridge is talking to you. I don't know. But the key point is that all of these acts of creating data reflect a certain level of income, status, privilege. And we're just training all our AI models on this unstructured data. And when you start to think of it that way, you're like, of course there's going to be problems. And so one of my aim here is that I've always sort of thought that the idea of a food desert is really appealing, right? In the US, you can immediately understand the problem that in poorer areas in the US, we have food deserts, and as a consequence, because we don't have enough stores, and as a consequence, often poorer households face higher prices and less selection. But I want to try and popularize in a similar way the idea of a data desert. That when we think about the data which AI is being trained on, there's going to be these data deserts where we're just not learning about certain households, certain people, certain lives. Now, the other thing I just want to highlight in terms of the problems, and this is where it gets really quite nerdy, is that in the end, data very rarely, which you're using to train these models, very rarely comes from a single source. I mean, if you think about it, we've just sort of said that we're getting data from cell phones, we're getting data from your internet use. We're going to be bringing together all these different data sources. And that's how we're going to make predictions, which are hopefully going to be beneficial. But then you also have to think that we have all these different data sources, which we're then going to try and use to make predictions, but these data sources have to be matched. And typically, how are data sets matched? Well, when you're trying to match them about an individual, you're often using something like a cell phone number, an email address, maybe a name. And what I want you to see there is that there's going to be differences in stability about, do I have the same cell phone number constantly? Do I have the same email address constantly? Is my name easy to spell, or are there going to be contexts where people misspell it? All of these things can lead to data not being matched about that individual, which means essentially their data is missing. Now, let me try and explain the effects of this. And as you've noticed, even though we're in the World Bank, we are talking about firms, so I'm going to be talking about a very commercial enterprise. In that, one thing I've been doing to try and understand these issues is looking at industry sectors where machine learning, artificial intelligence is happening now. We're going to hear during the afternoon and morning about health, manufacturing, retail, where perhaps the deployment of AI is more incipient. But I'm going to be talking about a place where basically machine learning AI has been sort of mainstream for 5, 6, 7 years, and that's the world of something called a data broker. So let me explain what a data broker is, what kind of firm they are, and then you can start to understand why they're interesting. So a data broker, you can sort of think of them as a vacuum of data in our economy. And what they do is they're trying to piece together data about, say, every single American. And they're collecting lots of different types of data. They're collecting data about perhaps from apps that you're playing on your cell phone. They're collecting data about your loyalty card. They're collecting data maybe from credit card companies about what you're buying. They're collecting data from your social media. And also, importantly, they're going to be collecting publicly available data about that individual. And they're going to take all that data together, and then they're going to make predictions. And this is exactly where machine learning, artificial intelligence comes in that their job is to basically make a prediction about the kind of individual you are, and importantly, what you might buy, who you are, whether you'd be an interesting person for a firm to try and target with advertising. And so you can see this is a simple prediction problem, and as a result, I'm going to argue they're a good place to start to think about, well, what's going to happen to the economy at large when we're thinking about how AI is going to be transformative and how it might be distortive. Now, what interests me too about data brokers is that you might think, when you sort of see that, it looks a bit creepy, that they're making predictions about you. That, you know, and they're very sort of highly specific, such as Catherine is going to buy a brown coat tomorrow, something like that. But that's not really the predictions that people are buying. Instead, they're buying, firms are generally buying predictions about things such as your age, your gender, how well off you are, how educated you are, sort of very traditional background demographics. And what they're doing is that when a cookie arrives at a website, a firm goes to the data broker and says, tell me about this cookie, tell me their age, their gender, and then I can decide whether or not I want to engage with them with marketing. Now, the question is how are data brokers making these predictions about age and gender? And basically, you can sort of think about it with the idea of browsing behavior, which is that, well, maybe I could make a prediction that someone is female if I saw them looking at websites, maybe to do with tampons. That might be indicative. Maybe I could tell someone was older if I saw them browsing data on retirement homes. But you can already see the problem, right? I could be browsing a retirement home for myself, my parents, my grandparents. There are going to be a lot of very weak signals out there in the data we're trying to make predictions from. And so I want you to have that in mind. And what I'm going to show you, in I think what makes this sector interesting, is they're trying to use a whole lot of data to actually make predictions which are going to be hard to make from the data they have in hand. Now, we're going to be asking how good they are at this. And I'm going to show you some just level results, because we're thinking in general about how AI is transforming the economy, at how good it's going at the moment. And then I'm going to show you some results about differences across people and how well this works. Now, what we did to try and test this is we're going to get data from people who opted in to a panel. And we're going to find out from those people, they're just going to tell us whether they're a man, woman, their age, some other information. And so that's going to be our methodology. We're going to actually know something about a cookie, because that person is going to have opted in and told us about it. Now, you might be thinking, okay, but they've just made their life rather easy here. I mean, this doesn't sound like a normal person. I mean, who's going to opt in and tell researchers that they can look at their cookie and then find out all this information about them? They seem to be a slightly unusual set of people. And I'd say, yes, we are looking at an unusual set of people in all these studies. But I'm going to argue we have found the easiest people to make predictions about in the entire economy. These people are just volunteering to be tracked. We know they're not going to be trying to disguise their digital footprint. They're not using Tor. They're not using ad blockers. Instead, these should be the easiest people in the digital economy to make predictions about. And then we're going to give the data brokers a relatively straightforward task, and we're going to say to them, you know, what age group is this person in? What gender are they? Are they male? Now, this is the headline result from this first paper. And the way you should read this table is we've got all the data brokers, and basically you can think of these as all the major data brokers in the economy. We sort of got around 90% coverage of the industry. We had around 30,000 cookies of people who opted into our study. These are the number of cookies that the data brokers said they had data on and who they were willing to make a prediction about. And then the final column is whether or not they told us correctly if that cookie was male. Now, what I want you to take from that final column is that when you read it and do some math, maybe it's early in the morning, you should be getting very close to around 50%. And when you think about it, the ability to get gender right 50% of the time is actually quite funny. And so this is sort of, I guess it's like the first headline, right? We're very worried about AI and machine learning, but we're getting, we're using it, deploying it here, advanced industry, advanced deployment. It's pretty much working like chance. So that's the first thing I want you to take from this. The other thing which is going to become important is, you remember I said we had 30,000 people. I want you to notice the wide divergence in how much data these data brokers are going to have about people. That's going to become important because I'm going to show this is going to be very correlated with people's status. The other thing I want you to take from this is, if you try and do a quick correlation, does more data make you more accurate? The answer is no, right? This is just, no one's doing this very well. So we have this data, and then what we wanted to do was we wanted to then ask sort of the more classic World Bank question, which is, well, we can see that these predictions are pretty terrible. Who in society are they able to make good predictions about? Who are they making predictions about? And is it related to privilege or income? And this is what we found. The first thing we found is that if you're rich, if you have a college degree or above, if you own your own house, then that is when the data starts to become accurate. That's when data brokers are more accurately able to say, this person has this many kids, this person is female, this person is in this age bracket, this person lives in this place. All of these characteristics were the people who are actually being profiled accurately. Now, in particular, they were more likely to have demographic information, that kind of background information about them accurately. And we thought this was interesting in the following sense. In that, to get demographic information accurate, then often you have to piece together different data sources. You don't just use one data source. And so the fact that richer people have particularly accurate demographic information seemed to be, to us, evidence about this idea of being able to piece together data about people being important. In general, there were less differences in the accuracy of the prediction when it came to saying, oh, does this person like sports? In general, that's an easy prediction to make. Most people like sports. And you just really need one data source for that. Now, the next thing we did was we found this result about accuracy. But then, this is an academic paper, and our review team actually made us do something really interesting. And that they said to us, look, you're so focused about whether or not they get the answers right, but you're not thinking enough about coverage. That is, there's wide disparities in who is being profiled. Do we see anything in the data? And then when the review team pushed us to do that, we actually found a really interesting result, which is that basically not only are richer people more accurately profiled, but they're more likely to have a data profile being compiled about them. Poorer people, less educated people, people who don't own their own house, they're actually just missing in this data economy. And that's quite significant, right? That we just seem to not have predictions existing about these people. So then we tried to understand this a little bit more. And for the next study, I have to give great credit to my co-authors, who are computer scientists, who came up with this really nice way of trying to look at this in a sort of more micro way. And let me just explain what the study, and then I can explain what this graph means. Which is what my co-authors did, which was very clever, is that they realized that in North Carolina, we actually have public voting records. And it came as a huge surprise to me, but if you live in North Carolina and you vote, there is a record which will give your name, age, address, gender, and race. So we had all that data about people in North Carolina. And then what we did was we took some of these voting records and we uploaded the names and addresses to a major data broker. And we said, data broker, tell us this person's age. And we made it easy for the data broker, and that they didn't have to get the age exactly right. They just had to get it sort of right in the right age band. And that was how we were going to identify, number one, are they profiling this person? And number two, are they accurate about this data? Now, this is what I want you to take from this study, and we're going to be doing two things in it. The first thing is, I want you to look at the darkest bar, which is where there's no match. And that means we could go to a major data broker, ask the data broker about a prediction about this individual, and the data broker was like, no idea who they are, don't know. But remember, it's not difficult to know who these people are. Literally, their data is on the internet. It's public. It's exactly those public records that the data brokers are meant to be using. So we've made it, should be really easy for them, right? These people are not hiding, their data's out there, but the data broker's like, no, we don't have any data about them, we don't know who they are, we can't tell you anything. The other thing I want you to notice from this is just that when it comes to race, we're then going to see large discrepancies across race. Because remember, we got self-reported race. We are then going to be making a prediction about, then we're asking the data broker, do you know this person's age? And we see that particularly for Hispanic people in the US, nearly half of the time, the data broker's like, we don't know that person. And it's dramatically different from what we might see from someone who's white, where that only happens about 30% of the time. The other thing is we were also interested about whether the data broker got age right. And remember, age is out there, right? It's just on this voter record. And so, if there was a match, they generally got it correct most of the time. but you see they tend to get it less correct or less consistently right for black Americans. So we found this really interesting, both this coverage point and this prediction accuracy point. And my co-authors, who are a lot more careful than me, we had some suggestive results about the mechanism. And what we worked out, but it's a little bit less publishable, but I'll just say it anyway, is that a lot of the problems were coming from overlapping names. And it happens that Hispanic people in the US, Asian people in the US, often there's a lot of commonality in last names. And so, for Asian Americans, especially, if you come from Korea or Vietnam, we tend to have a lot of the last name. Similarly, Hispanic people, a lot of commonality of last name. And it seemed that the data broker just couldn't really cope when you had overlapping last names and they just didn't know how to even think about an individual. And so they gave up trying to make a prediction. And so that struck me again as interesting, in that these small little variations in circumstance background can lead to these huge differences in how well machine learning can perform. Now, a question obviously is that if I was to present this in Europe, at this point there would be, or maybe some of you in Europe will be chewing on, generally there's sort of like a bit of cheers at this point. And what do I mean by that? Well, there's just this happiness that for once we seem to have a good result about the digital economy and low-income households. In that, one way of thinking about this is it's great. You've just told me that for once it's the rich who's really suffering, the poor people are actually not having been profiled. Isn't that great news? And I want to pause here, because yes, you might say that's good news from a marketing perspective, perhaps, if you don't like marketing. But remember, these data brokers, they're not just making predictions for marketing purposes, but they're usually attached to major credit bureaus. In other words, they are the businesses that are doing employment verification. They are the businesses that are, if you're a landlord, thinking about whether or not you want to rent out your apartment, they'll be giving a prediction. If you're applying for financial products, there's going to be a prediction about your credit worthiness. And so at that point, I would say we start to care, right? In that I managed to get access to this data because I was looking at marketing, but I certainly think that the patterns I identified are going to apply too to these other more important predictions in the economy. Now, let me just summarize where we are, which is that I've been talking to you today about machine learning. I've been making, I think, this fundamental point. The machine learning, artificial intelligence as a technology in terms of how it's going to transform the world is still going to be predicated on the underlying quality of the data. And the big challenge is that data is both sparse, it's fragmented, and this can lead to algorithmic exclusion where we have this AI-driven economy making predictions about people on the basis of missing or poor data. Now, the other thing I want you to take is that, yes, my study is about advertising, marketing, communications, and we might not care that much if there's an inequality in prediction there. But when you understand the mechanism, we should start to be very worried that we're going to be using this technology to make a lot of predictions on the basis of unequal data in really quite important economic areas. So how much time do I have? 14 minutes. Well, that's good, because I'm just going to be provocative, and then we can have some questions. All right. So this is a very, very provocative conclusion, which is that I, as an academic, I have been working on the question of privacy for just about my whole career. And these set of results have made me worry that really what I've been studying is a rich person's problem. And, that's perhaps not surprising. We've got some results in other people's papers which suggest that richer people tend to have stronger privacy preferences. If we look at, say, signups, the do not call lists, they tend to come from rich zip codes. If we look at ad blocker use, again, they tend to come from richer households. And so we've worried a lot about privacy, but it tends to be a preference of those with status and who are well off. Perhaps we should also be thinking, though, about this idea of data deserts. And that if you're lower income, rather than just being concerned about privacy, another worry is that a lot of the background circumstances which might lead you to have less stable data, perhaps you're constantly changing your cell phone number, you don't have a stable email address, you don't own your own home, you don't have a fixed internet identity. Perhaps all that inaccuracy, which is going to come from predictions from that poor data, is going to be a bigger concern. And so I guess one sort of thing I'd like you to take from this is when you hear privacy, I just want you to also think about data deserts as sort of being a parallel problem, which we talk about less. The next thing I want to talk about, just again, because I know there's quite a few people thinking about policy here, is that as a society we have been thinking a lot about how do we regulate algorithms, how do we regulate AI. And we worried a lot about algorithmic justice, and I think we've gone through sort of iterations about thinking about what to do. We first of all started off thinking maybe we just need to make algorithms AI transparent, but then we realized you just have to go to a computer scientist and say, show me your AI code, and they would just laugh at you, right? That's just not the way it works, right? So algorithmic transparency is probably not going to work. Now, I think what my work is saying is that the next policy that we moved on to as a community, which is algorithmic auditing, or the idea we just have to look at how algorithms are performing, doesn't really address this. And that neither of these policy impetuses have really been focused on the question of what you do if AI is just not making predictions about large swathes of society because there's missing data. And so again, even when we're thinking about, how to regulate AI, how we might ensure algorithmic justice, I want to sort of put in a voice for missing data and thinking about, well, how are we going to change that if we ever want algorithms to perform all the good that we really think they can do. So with that, I'm at the end of my provocative conclusions, and I hope we're going to have some time for questions.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It's a pleasure for you to come and join us today and for us to learn from you about your new research, in particular on the fragility of data when making predictions. So I'm going to start first by taking some questions from our online audience, which we have several hundred currently watching right now from Asia, Europe, and North America. And the first question I'd like to take is from Valerie Delisante from Peru. And she asks, given this issue for the lack of data, and we've discussed it more likely in the context of developed countries, how can AI help communities in developing countries, given that there's likely even a larger lack of data in those regions?
I mean, that's such a powerful question. So let's be clear. My paper was exclusively about rich countries. I didn't sort of say the countries, but, I told you about the US. I think we also popped in there in some of the studies, the UK, Canada, New Zealand, but all, again, countries which have a digital data economy. Now, how much worse are my findings going to be if we're in countries where I would say these problems are even exacerbated? I can only imagine they're worse. And let's just sort of think about why that is, because that might be even sort of more troubling for Valerie, which is that in the end, the reason we study these countries is these are the countries with these big digital firms, right? Where we could actually see what predictions they're making. When we move outside of these rich countries with households that people actually want to market to, we don't even have this digital apparatus. And so what tends to happen? Well, you end up using these data brokers are selling predictions trained on New Zealand, Canada, Australia, the US, right, to make predictions about households in these countries. And that's really troubling, right?
Thank you very much, Catherine. One other question from people online. What should governments do to reduce these data deserts while maintaining the privacy of individuals?
Oh.
We're not giving you easy questions.
You know, this is like you're not picking easy ones. So let's talk a little bit about this to help sort of think this through. So I always think a good way of thinking about this is something like the Aadhaar program in India. So I know we got we got a lot of people who are working over in Asia in the World Bank here, so I don't want to be, to talk too much about Aadhaar. But for those of you who don't know what it was a government program which tried to give every single Indian citizen an ID. And the idea was that, people lacked IDs and this was going to be problematic, and so they were trying to address it. Now, what we saw in India at the time was, unsurprisingly, a sort of universal ID surveillance system did not rest easy with many households. And in particular, in wealthy areas, we saw a great deal of unease about what this monitoring might mean. But, and the big but, is that what it did allow for was a great deal of financial inclusion, which never existed before. In that finally you had a way, perhaps, of cobbling together something that looked more like a credit record, and you could actually get access to liquidity if you were lower income. Now, the reason I tell you that is that you'll notice I'm not answering your question, and I'm basically saying there's a huge trade-off here. In that, what I take from that is we're going to, in some sense, if we want to have that inclusion in the digital economy, we're going to have to accept an expansion of data collection, and that is naturally going to make those, particularly in privileged positions, who've got these strong privacy preferences, feel uneasy. And I wish I could give you a solution. I love the way she said, the question was, can you do this and protect privacy? No, I think there's actually a trade-off, which we just don't recognize when we're making privacy regulations.
And I think that's why your work is so interesting and thought-provoking for policymakers, because these are the real types of questions that we're going to have to grapple with when we think about making sure that algorithms work for everybody, but then making sure that people feel secure with the ways in which they share their data, particularly online. Given the time constraint, I'd like to open it up to questions to people in person in the audience. Do we have any questions? If so, please raise your hand and somebody will bring a microphone to you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Please.
So, Catherine, this is a brilliant talk, but you presented this as a somewhat egalitarian problem in the rich people's concern about privacy. And I think you're absolutely right that it is a luxury, especially the nice example of credit bureaus and so on, which thrive on information and improve access to finance for poorer people. But if you think about monopolistic, perhaps manipulative firms who are represented here, tyrannical and also manipulative governments, and the individual, how do we think about the trade-off that you just described between improved access to services, both public and private, but also the vulnerability that comes? How would you advise the Indian government or a government in a developing country to strike the best trade-off?
All right, and I should be clear that when I say that privacy is a rich person's concern, I mean that when you measure the strength of desire for privacy, it tends to be, as you say, a luxury taste, a taste of the rich, right? We see it less expressed in terms of preferences from those from lower income. Now, I think the answer to your question is going to be depending on what the prediction is. You notice we've been talking about it very generally. I love the way you went like manipulative, evil. If it's manipulative and evil predictions, maybe we should be almost celebrating that we have this disparity. And this is the example I would give of where we might think that some of this, you could actually be cheering these results. If we're, say, thinking about a policing prediction technology, right? As we know, often policing and surveillance is not equally distributed in society. It's often targeted at lower income, the more vulnerable. Actually there, if the data's worse, for once we've got a natural counterbalance. So the way I would take this is that, again, maybe if we'd had some more nuance to the policy, right, we're going to be very worried about this when we're making predictions which are for the good. That is, the prediction that this person will be a good tenant, the prediction that this person deserves credit. these are predictions for the good. But you're right to say, no, that these predictions for the bad, right? Where maybe we're going to be cheering on the fact we actually have this disparity.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Yes, thanks a lot for a beautiful presentation. From the fund, from the IMF, and I actually working on Peru right now. So that first question was amazing. Coming back again to Latin America, so informality is huge in Peru. It's about 70% of the economy. On the other hand, kind of training an AI algorithm is very costly, and it's kind of these algorithms are created only in wealthy countries. So for a company like OpenAI, does it make sense to collect data on Latin American countries? I mean, to collect data on these people from informal sectors, and if it's not, it doesn't make sense for these companies, should be kind of a policy. So what would be a policy recommendation for organizations like World Bank? Is there something the World Bank can do to collect this data, to create incentives to collect this data, so that kind of these countries, these societies are better represented in their AI algorithms?
So this is such a beautiful question, and what I loved about it was it really clarified in terms of economics the two challenges, right? We have the fact that because of informality, as you say, we don't, and a lack of deployment of digital technologies, data is just a lot more costly to collect than it is in America and Europe. That's the first thing to say. The other cost, though, is that right now, if you're using a generative AI model, what we might call a foundation model, to make predictions, that's really expensive. The marginal cost of a prediction is actually high, and that is shaping a lot of the business models of companies like OpenAI right now. Now, if I was to get to order the World Bank to do stuff, which I don't, but I'm going to pretend I do, this is what I would say. I would say, look, in the end, what we know about the costs of prediction is they always come down. So in 5 to 10 years, I think that marginal cost of prediction is not going to be so much of an issue. But the data is still going to be an issue. And the fact that, we just don't have data being created is an issue where, again, I think we can sort of think a little bit about what it is that we could do to at least try and think about how can we make sure these data sets exist when they don't. And I think this generalizes too. I don't know if this is true because I don't speak Hungarian, but if you try and use ChatGPT-3 in Hungarian, it is a very, very different world from the one we know when we are, for example, when we're using English. So I think we're going to see these discrepancies again and again, but they're all going to be this combination of the cost of collecting data, the high cost of prediction, and, expected profits from making that prediction.
I think that's an excellent answer to a great question, which transitions us nicely to the next session on AI and health, where I think having fewer data deserts on people and health conditions can lead to greater life expectancy and improved health. So Catherine, thank you very much for your talk, and thanks for all the questions both online and in person. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm Peter McGarvey. I'm from Georgetown University, director of the Innovation Center for Biomedical Informatics. I'm going to be the moderator. I have some questions. Hopefully I don't need to ask them all. And but the first thing I'd like to do, well, Catherine, you can introduce yourself again, but I'd like the other people to give a short introduction of who they are and why they're here, or what's the most important AI thing they're thinking about this week.
Great. Nikhil Sani. I'm a partner with McKinsey. I'm also a fellow in the Harvard Economics Department. I do most of my work in and around healthcare. And something I'll talk about today is I was just with, I don't know, 2 dozen CFOs in the healthcare sector talking about how do we actually make investments in AI when we're not actually seeing the returns necessarily in our P&L. So what is organizational challenges that are preventing AI from spreading more?
I'm Marius George Linguraru. I join you from Children's National Hospital, where I'm the chair of research and innovation. I'm also a professor of radiology and pediatrics at George Washington University. So to very briefly tell you where I come from, I'm a computer scientist and the son of a pediatric nurse. So that tells a lot about my life. But what I'm fascinated about when it comes to AI is how AI may be one of the greatest tools we have for improving health equity. And by that I mean accessibility, availability, fairness, and quality and efficiency in healthcare for vulnerable populations that otherwise may not have access to elite healthcare systems.
Hi, my name is Nawar Shara. I'm the Chief of Research Data Science at MedStar Health Research, and I'm also Associate Professor of Medicine at Georgetown. I'm a co-founder of the AI Collab with Peter at Georgetown MedStar. It's a collaborative AI collab. And it was basically founded to do exactly this, which is bring multidisciplinary teams to talk about AI in healthcare and the impact of AI that's going to have on the landscape entirely on healthcare. My background is applied statistics. I've been a data doctor, if you will, for the last 2 decades or so. I've seen it all. In terms of data missingness, data lack of transparency, data representation, and so forth. And I hope that with AI we can actually tackle some of these issues and make it more accessible and reach to something that we all aspire to reach, which is health equity for all. Thank you.
Would you like to say something?
All right. Well, I should just say so. You might be like, why does she never leave the stage? And the reason the reason I think I'm still here is because I've been thinking really from the privacy perspective about digital health transformation. And some of my earlier work was actually incredibly optimistic in saying that digital data, when we actually have it, can really transform equity in health outcomes. One of my most famous papers on this topic was showing that when you look at pregnancies, high-risk pregnancies, actually having digital data available to doctors led to far better maternal and infant outcomes for those who were lower income, those who didn't speak English. And so I've got a lot of optimism. But I can't wait to hear what everyone else has to say.
Okay, well, we can start that right now because I'd like you all to say there is optimism actually about AI in healthcare. So I'd like each of them to mention, like, what do you think is the most important near-term benefits? Where can it really make a difference? And what do you see as an initial easy win? Who wants to go first?
I'm happy to go first. So, we recently tried to quantify what could the impact of AI, and we were just looking at ML and NLP. We're doing an update to add in Gen AI, just given how important it's become recently. Could be on the total U.S. healthcare system, and we spend about $4 trillion in this country on healthcare. We found $200 to $360 billion of net savings, meaning true net savings, call it 1x, one-time cost to do so. And as we were thinking about those dollars and what is preventing it, two interesting things came to in discussing that. One, I've never heard a CFO told me you probably underclubbed the amount. So our methodology with David Cutler at Harvard was we're only going to account for use cases we're actually seeing in practice in actual institutions. And they said, we aren't fully there yet, so you're actually probably underclubbing how much the impact could be in healthcare. The second thing to your question, where are they first deploying? We are finding much more on the administrative side than the clinical side, and I'm sure we'll talk about that in a second, where there is more nervousness on the clinical side because it affects lives, because it can affect care delivery. So a lot more on the administrative side, a lot more on existing processes versus new processes. So taking an old process and updating it with AI to then capture labor productivity savings, which is the majority of costs in healthcare, at least in this country. And the last thing I might just add, and then I'll hand it to my colleagues, is those use cases in administrative are more in the pilot and scaling. They're not fully mature yet. Where we're seeing clinical use cases are more in development and piloting. So where are we on the journey? I think we're still many years away, but that's just if we look at hospitals, private payers, and so on, what we're seeing out there.
So what I would say is that we pride ourselves that we have great healthcare. But when, in fact, you look at our outcomes, we don't fare as well as other countries. And so working in the healthcare organization, such as MedStar, which is far-reaching in this area, we're the largest healthcare provider in the northeastern part of the country, and talking to clinicians and frontline healthcare workers, we know that doctors' burnout is a huge issue. We know that patients' satisfaction is dwindling. We have lots of problems that we can tackle with AI. And so, for example, knowing that maternal health, as Catherine just mentioned, we fare really poorly compared to other countries. In the U.S., we have 20 deaths per 100,000 live births. And in DC alone, it's 87 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's in the US. And so we leveraged ML in our system, and we identified mothers on average 52 days before the onset of cardiovascular risk, before something like preeclampsia or heart failure and so forth. And so we were not able to do these things before these innovative and systems coupled with computing power. And so there are lots of low-hanging fruits that we can tackle, knowing and working in the system these many years. And we are actually leveraging these tools to tackle some of these problems.
I'll continue there, being on the optimistic side. But Peter, let me know if we need a devil's advocate, because I can bring a lot of negative things about AI as well. But I think staying on the optimism, 79% of Americans prefer to use technology in dealing with their healthcare system. And that is really important because it opens opportunities for AI. We are on the age where large language models are almost a revolution within a revolution, and we see this as an opportunity as well to use it even further. But to go back to what you were saying a little earlier, there's the dissatisfaction that Americans and in general population has with the healthcare system. And I think there was a report published last year that shows that maybe the top three, or among the top three causes of dissatisfaction with healthcare in the US are providers, which means accessing providers, which I think means a couple of things, getting an appointment and the time to get an appointment and the lack of specialists, then the cost of healthcare, which is something on everybody's mind. And third, and not last, is the predictive value of our healthcare system. How early can we identify diseases that should be preventive? And I think AI can help in all of this. Going back to large language models, that makes appointment easier, that shortens the time to an appointment, that can make triages faster. We want our healthcare specialists to focus on what's really important into our health charts, not on all the little interactions. Costs, digital technology can be a lot cheaper sometimes than human interaction, but the right combination of human and artificial intelligence is still critical to keep there. And then predictive. AI is amazing at interpreting vast amounts of data and finding patterns that may be hidden to our eyes or to our mind. And it is something that we're not leveraging it yet to its full possibility.
Right. So the one thing I think everyone who's spoken before has done a really good job of saying, look, there's two sides where AI is going to transform healthcare. One is administrative, one is clinical. I think you've done an awesome job at convincing me that administrative may be first, in that, when I think I saw the paper, the pre-Gen AI version of the paper. And, if you think about your experience in an American healthcare setting, then really it is just a whole lot of prediction problems that they seem to be getting wrong, right? And that's why we have these long waits. What you observe is all this inefficiency in terms of how we're using all these resources. And I think we're very right to be optimistic about that. I think my only cautionary note is if we go back to sort of the first digital transformation in healthcare, which would be digital medical records, that took an awful long time to implement, simply because you had to have so much systems change in how you actually worked as a healthcare system that it was somewhat, the measured benefits took a lot longer to come. And I'm always reminded, at least, which may be a more hopeful comparison in this room, in that one of the first organizations in America to realize, I think, some of the benefits of the digital transformation was actually the Indian healthcare system service in the US. And why was that? In some sense, it was because there was less infrastructure there in the first place. So there was less to replace in terms of process, and it was quicker. So we might actually see for once, perhaps this transformation happen first in countries with less infrastructure in a way which is optimistic. Now, I just want to say about clinical prediction, I had this amazing student, PhD student, who was working, I'm afraid, on radiologists, because we're obsessed as economists, trying to using, again, radiology as a first use case to try and understand transformation on the clinical side. And what he discovered in his research, which I felt was useful for me for thinking about it, is that AI was not very useful for very easy cases. Like, it didn't really add much there, right? An easy case was fun. It actually wasn't that good for difficult, unusual cases, right? Because you actually needed data to sort of make a prediction, and it didn't exist. Where it was really good was that catching those cases in the middle, where it wasn't quite clear what to do, but with a little thought and study, you could perhaps identify something from that data. And so that's how I'm tending to think about clinical process here that's going to be very useful for that mid ground.
I'd like to add one thing is that
Down. Sit down.
okay. So because I live in data day and night, it's easy for us to actually see the problem and then look for what is causing that problem. So going back to the dissatisfaction, we know that patients complain, but we don't know exactly what's top mind. And so we leveraged Python many years ago after patient satisfaction was headline, and we looked at we were not able to do what we have done without the technology that we have right now. So 7 years ago, we used Python and NLP and the EdgeCap data that patients, once they exit, they kind of give their negative impact. And almost the majority complained about lack of empathy. And the doctor was focused on their computer. And so that was not the appointment or not hygiene or any of that. It was lack of empathy. And so I think what I like to see now, when you ask what's low-hanging fruit, is to use the technology to remove the machine from our frontline healthcare workers and not incorporate and perpetuate the problem of machine-like care that we are providing these days. And so that would be something I would personally be interested in doing.
Could I add two more thoughts? On the radiology example, I think one thing, just taking a very operational perspective, radiologists come in for their shift, and it's very FIFO, first in, first out. So what was the first image in? That's the first one I'm going to deal with. Yes, artificial intelligence can read those images, but artificial intelligence can also help prioritize the images. Artificial intelligence can actually do a quick scan and actually say, you know what, we're not going to do FIFO. This one's likely to be higher risk. Can we put this at the top and have the radiologist double check this? And that's something powerful that, you know, we always talk about doing the identification, but what if we just help them be more productive? And I think we have to just go to the next level and actually think, how are people operating? Can we make them more effective? And I think that's something very interesting to think about as well. And then I've spent a lot of time thinking about the change management side of this. And the one thing I always get caught with EHRs, and why I think I'm more optimistic about AI than I was then, is if we look at behavioral economics, usually something around 20 to 25% is when we see groups shift their behavior. And if we actually think about who was really engaged with EHRs, and you all know this, like providers, and there's a lot of provider burnout due to it. But if you think about the average provider, their career in the US is about 40 to 50 years. So if you actually play out when we did the High Tech Act, where we are, we're about 10, 15 years later. And so about 25% of the provider population has only lived in an EHR world. So we might actually start seeing those gains more today. But if you go to some of these more administrative use cases in AI, those workforces turn over earlier. And if we look at something like retail, where we went from paper receipts to barcodes to self-checkout, that labor workforce turns over every few years. And so you actually hit that 25% threshold much quicker, and why we've seen it maybe get adopted earlier in other industries than healthcare. So can we ask ourselves, how do we, when we start doing clinical use cases, get that 25% threshold sooner so we can see those gains quicker? Whereas on the admin side, we'll see them just naturally quicker, given there is more workforce turnover.
Radiology.
Right, so radiology came on and on and on. So I wanted to give you a little story here about AI in radiology. This is my very personal story here, so I may not hit all the points. But about 15 years ago, when I was going to a very large meeting called the annual meeting of the Radiology Society of North America, which is held every year in Chicago. And in its heyday, it had 60 to 70,000 people meeting there during 1 week. About 15 years ago, because I was working in AI, although we're not even calling it like that, you know, there are all kinds of names for it. There was a tiny little corner in this huge convention center with me and a few more fellows of my kind were put together to talk among ourselves. Nobody cared about us. 10 years ago, one of my colleagues, who I actually really like otherwise, came to me and said, "You are the devil for radiologists because you are trying to destroy our jobs." This is when AI was just coming on the surface as being something meaningful, because as we heard here, radiology has been the most impactful clinical field by AI, because working with data and images, that's very rich. I like to often say, if you go to the National Gallery here and you look at Jackson Pollock, take a mammogram and look at it, and it will look very much the same. Look at an ultrasound image, and this is something I still cannot read after looking at this for many years. So in 2016, there was a big publication that I think it was in the Harvard Business Journal that said, well, is it time to retrain our radiologists? Pretty much showing there is no future for it. The Economist said 1 year later or so, stop training radiologists. In 2019, and this is I think where we still are now, there was a quote in Nature that said, AI will not replace radiologists, but radiologists who work with AI will replace those who don't use it. And I think we're coming to that, but this is a story of 15 years, right? And we were talking, Catherine was mentioning electronic health records, how long that took. Well, AI is creeping very slowly. I think we all know that it's there and we're going to live with it. But we need to have not just this technology revolution that is happening now, we have to have a cultural revolution, because radiologists, and not only radiologists, have to come to terms with who's going to be responsible of making a decision. Do we have a radiologist? Do we have a clinician? Do we have the AI system? How do they work together? We have a computational revolution in itself, because I'm sure we're going to talk more about what it takes to run AI, but not every hospital can do it today. And definitely only elite, high-income hospitals can do it properly. And even those are not up there yet. And then there is a regulatory revolution. How do we learn to work with AI and trust it in the long term? Which includes monitoring, making sure that an algorithm is not good just today, but is going to be good tomorrow, it's going to do the same thing, or get smarter and better. And we're just seeing, I think, the tip of the iceberg right now with the AI acts, right, that are happening in the EU as we're speaking now, and in the US as well, right, that has been discussed recently and in its ongoing conversation.
Ready for another question? Unless there's some from the audience. Since we're at the World Bank, we have to ask something about international impacts. So what do you think the international impacts on healthcare and technology will be? I mean, will poor countries be left behind, or is there some way we can actually improve their healthcare outcomes?
I'll take a stab at this, and forgive me, Marius, but I'm going to use the down. I put it down. It's up. I'm going to use radiology. So take this one. In Indonesia, you have only 2,000 radiologists for a population of 200 million. And so you can imagine how this field will transform how we deal with one another, whether, we are reading radiology files from across the oceans and other examples of this. For me in research, we have developed lots of tools that would enable us to reach people who are otherwise hard to reach in rural areas, in marginalized communities and things like that. So for example, a couple years ago, we developed a chatbot that can talk to heart failure patients anywhere in this area. And heart failure is a condition that affects around 26 million people around the world. In America itself, it's expected to reach 8 million in 2030. And heart failure can be managed easily by self-care. And if you enable the patients to speak to their doctors through this chatbot, and you don't have to have the doctor on the other end, you just capture the information on a daily basis and project this information for the frontline healthcare workers who are managing large amounts of patients remotely, you can intervene and reallocate scarce resources to where it's needed the most. And so with that, I think with, technology will become, cheaper. Managing large numbers of patients remotely will be easier with this technology. I think there is a huge opportunity for us to develop these tools.
I actually just had a question, which is like something I'm worried about. So one of the lovely things about being an MIT professor is that we have so many wonderful, well-meaning students who have all these startup ideas. And as you're saying, right, the idea of scaling healthcare is just such an attractive deployment. But I always worry about this, that I worry we may be about to start a huge experiment where one thing which has convinced me talking to American healthcare economists is that actually using AI in a sort of pervasive way in the US is always going to be very problematic because of questions of legal liability, and people are worrying about that. And I worry that we maybe end up using the rest of the world as our big training data set for the deployment of a lot of these technologies, right? And so please reassure me that I'm being paranoid. Sorry, that was a question.
You're not. You're not.
Well, I have many things to add to that. First, is this working?
If it doesn't work down, put it up.
I put it up. Well, I think we need an AI system to figure out our microphones. But there are many lessons, right, that the world has taught us that we do tend to use the rest of the world as our training set, and that's not the right way to do it. There is value of starting things, right, when they are needed, when they are different, and building them from there up. But there is also translation of knowledge that I think we can do quite well. And let me maybe start with a few examples. To go back to radiologists, and again, to clarify that I'm not a radiologist, right? I just work with lots of radiologists. But to go back to radiology, one of the things that I think AI can really help with the workforce, I think the World Economic Forum said that we need 18 million more healthcare workers to reach Universal Care Act by 2030. That's 18 million healthcare workers. Pediatric radiologists are on decline by 44%. And then you look at radiology around the world, just like Nawal was mentioning earlier. At the Harvard Medical School area, so in Longwood, you have as many radiologists as you have in the entire West Africa. So there is a huge discrepancy there, and I think we have to train someone or something to be able to bring that value. But then what do radiologists do? They read medical images. 1 in 3 people in the world has no access to any kind of medical imaging technology. That's a simple chest X-ray, right? Or a prenatal ultrasound, 0. Then come to MRI, which is something magnetic resonance imaging that is so important to understand a lot of our health, particularly the brain. That's a machine that costs a few $1 million. It weighs a few 100 kilograms, actually a couple of thousand, I think, altogether. It requires you to build a hospital around the machine to really use it. So that's clearly a first world problem. But now we have new technology that really exists because of artificial intelligence. They are portable MRIs. They are 10 times cheaper. They are 10 times lighter. You can move them around. They have very low field, magnetic field. So if you go to have an MRI done, you have to take all your metals off, right? Otherwise, you're going to burn inside and attach yourself to the wall. This does not do that. But it doesn't get good quality images, right? And this is where we use AI to actually look for the first time how the brains of kids in underrepresented areas and in vulnerable societies develop, and to learn how to keep them healthy. So this is a matter of, again, declining costs with AI and bringing new technology. And then when it comes to testing things, to just go back, I'm sorry, I'm keeping the microphone a little longer than I wanted to, but thinking about diversity in the data and applying AI to the right population in the right way, right? Facial analysis is one very powerful tool that can give us information about health. But you may have seen a few years ago, there was a story, and actually I think there may have been an MIT student who was playing with Joy, exactly, with facial recognition technology and trying it on people of black descent. And it was not working because the technology has never been trained that way. So some of the technology that we're using, we're taking it to the population and retraining it there. So we have a project that we're running in Kinshasa, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where there are 0 geneticists. Catherine was speaking earlier about data deserts. I can speak about clinicians and clinical deserts, right? 0. We use this kind of technology to screen for kids at birth and to see if we find traits of non-communicable disease at birth. But then there comes the next thing. What do you do with these kids when you identify them at risk? And how do you include them in a healthcare system? And that's something we cannot take and we cannot train here and we cannot take it there. It has to be really trained from the roots up. And the good news is that you can test for Down syndrome, but Down syndrome is maybe just one of the thousands of conditions like that with a $10 kit. You can do it in Kinshasa. And then you can take the kid to a hospital, and the first thing that you do echocardiogram, because cardiac problems are the biggest killers in genetic conditions that can be preventive. So it's a way of building this with the local resources that we have, and those stories are very different than what we can do at Children's National in Washington, D.C.
Okay, let's talk about the data, actually, because we've talked about medical EHR data and stuff, and I've only started to work with it, and it's messy. There's lots of missing data. Healthcare systems have rolled up different databases as they acquired hospitals and things, and developing it requires vast and diverse data, and also the health privacy laws don't help with that. It's very difficult, even de-identified data. They want data use agreements signed by an institution and things to let that out. how can we get the right data to build these AI systems?
Well, actually, I would ask a question there. Does anybody know of a hospital that loves to share data?
Well, Noir and I are trying to share data, actually. We're putting it in grant proposals, but and we're playing with synthetic data and seeing if that can help.
So I've been in this field for almost 20 years. I've managed to navigate lots of obstacles, including the messy different sources of data and so forth. And we are committed to improving the health of our patients. And the only way we can do that if we encourage research. And to encourage research, you have to be in touch with the data. There are no, barriers to doing research if you go through lots of, the regulatory and all of that. And we managed to work very collaboratively with the regulatory team and compliance and our lawyers so that we can get this process, ironed out. And so we have thousands of projects where we have shown the value of, what we do, and from there we go into implementation. And we also have a process of how research can be translated into operations and so forth. So it is not easy. I can't say, it's a switch. And especially now with AI and the scale by which AI can translate, we are, at a huge challenge to explain where the data resides, who's accountable, what happens if, I am involved in a radiology project, and one of the analysts asked me, he's a radiologist / analyst, what if I find a cancer that your system missed? In those, that's a question we have not dealt with before. And so we are firsthand experiencing what would be, what accountability looks like in the real world, how to address it, how to put guardrails so that we are not harming or identifying artifacts or leading to some exorbitant cost that's unnecessary otherwise.
I don't know, are people in the room here familiar with what federated learning means? I see some yes, I see some no's, because this is a field of machine learning or artificial intelligence that I think is very helpful for almost sharing data. And when you build a model in machine learning, in deep learning, you need to have lots and lots and lots of data. And the more you have, the more diverse, the better it becomes. And I think there are two ways of thinking of this differently. First of all, the fact that a model that is going to work universally well on everyone in this room, right, because we are so different, may overpass our expectations. Maybe our expectations are too high. So having models that work well for all of us are much better than one that works for all of us, right? Multiple models. So that means that, we can often train models on data from separate hospitals because populations are different, and get the models to learn what your population looks like. But the other thing is sharing data, as you're saying, can have a lot of hurdles. So what federated learning does, instead of getting data from all these hospitals together into a bucket and training and getting the best model that works like that, it sends the model to travel to different hospitals. And it learns at each location, it extracts some parameters that we think preserve privacy, therefore increase collaboration, reduce bureaucracy, and reduce costs. It doesn't always work perfectly like that either. So we're learning more and more that you have these adversarial attacks because there may be always someone who's trying to extract that information. But we're getting better and better. But this traveling model that just goes around, in the end learns from every hospital and then can also retrain and work at the hospital. So I'm just saying that there is a path forward for that as well. Although this is not necessarily where I think we should go as a healthcare system. We should be much better at having the right data transparency and privacy among providers.
Maybe just one thing to add from experience we're seeing at organizations right now. Data for what? I think is really important. I think too often we are using data as an excuse for why we cannot deploy AI. But if you invert the question, where is what I see leading organizations doing to, okay, what's the AI-enabled use case you're about to do? I'm going to fix the claims management system. there's a lot of data I don't need. And too often we're trying to build the perfect data set to go after everything versus what's the actual use case right in front of us? What are the 10 fields I need to do that? And many use cases, we actually have the data in a data lake for many institutions that we can already go after. They, yes, tend to be more administrative, but there's a lot of value on the administrative side when it represents 20% of spending in US healthcare. And you don't need as much of the privacy issues on some of those use cases. So I think we tend to say, well, we don't have the data or the data is not clean. But if you actually step back and say, what am I trying to fix? What are the fields I need? Prior authorization, a lot of these things that are causing provider burnout can be addressed much more rapidly if we just take that view versus the data back view.
I'll just add, just going back to that original question, it always strikes me as remarkable that somehow in healthcare, we think that healthcare is going to behave differently from any other commercial firm. And suddenly everyone's going to be giving up their data. I have this old paper which looked to see how hospitals behaved in terms of creating what you might think of as a data silo, depending on how much competition they had in the local area. And what we found is the more competition you had, the more likely that the only way you're going to be able to get your data is via CD-ROM, right? And let's be clear, this is in an era where no one has CD-ROMs, right? So basically completely unusable data. And so I think there's always a strange thing that in healthcare we think it's going to be different from the rest of the commercial world, but why would it be?
So if I may add, you're absolutely right. There are lots of questions that you can ask with, this much of data, but the complex questions you can't, and you have to have a holistic approach to the problem itself. So I'll give you an example. For many, many years, we now all know obesity and, sedentary lifestyle leads to diabetes, which leads to lots of complications. And we had done lots of studies where we found out that African Americans are at higher risk of, diabetes, the onset of diabetes in this area, at least in the DC area. But not until recently we were able to add NLP, natural language processing, to delve into large amounts of clinical notes, which are hidden, which include lots of valuable information. It's about the communication between you and your doctor, that we identified certain patterns of things that exist in certain patients' pool and not others. And these were things like, lifestyle changes and diet and smoking and alcohol drinking. And so we were able to shed some light on why some people transition from being pre-diabetic, so within 3 years, to diabetics. And while that was from the outset is like, oh my God, our doctors are, treating white patients versus, black patients differently. We went back and pulled more data to look at the physicians who were treating these patients and their characteristics. Not until then we were able to identify that within physicians there were no difference. So the same physician treated their patients similarly, whether they were black or white. But across physicians, we found differences, which told us that, socioeconomic and the area where you serve in was basically the determinant factor of how you talk to your patients and how you deal with the patients. Somebody who is living in a desert, food desert, will not be able to eat healthy, even if the doctor tells them you have to eat healthy, you have to eat fruits and vegetables. While if you're in, areas where, in the middle of DC near Georgetown, you're definitely going to talk about, lifestyle and health and all of these things. So we're shedding light on lots of questions that we were unable to tackle with just simple statistical methods and the amount of data that we dealt with before these days. So this is just the beginning, and so we're heading.
I just wanted to briefly add to that there is also the difference between how do you use the data, right, into research, into discovery, into processes. And I think the nuances can change very, very fast. And what you need to have access to, and how do you get to something that is more vulnerable in one situation versus the other, and the amount of data that is required for each question.
Are there any questions from the audience yet? I mean, I have more questions, but...
Thanks a lot. I have a question on the economic side. So how do you innovate? I mean, do you innovate at the level of hospital, or is there a role that the big tech is playing? Kind of how costly it is in terms of kind of expenses. I'm thinking about other countries, and also, for example, how hard it is to train a physician or kind of radiologist to use AI, how costly it is, and also, yeah, I guess these are the questions. Kind of basically, I'm thinking about the expansion of this sector. So potentially, healthcare will be able to provide to become more inclusive, to expand, to provide more services at lower prices, or maybe better services, and kind of does it make sense to expect that kind of that it will expand in employment, for example, and that it will be able to absorb more workers who are kind of relatively untrained in AI, but they will be able to join this sector easily? Thank you.
So there were a couple of questions. Let me take one because I don't want to hijack the whole thing. I'm very lucky. I'm in the research environment, which allows me to innovate and create and tackle problems that may not, be easily implemented at a system-wide, but we have to get funded, right? So we're not at the luxury of like other places where you have, the funding to do everything you want. So Peter and I are part of a large initiative from NIH. It's a $100 million grant for 2 years to, leverage AI and raise awareness about health equity and researcher diversity. And so we are site PIs. We have 4 cores that are focused on training data. What do we need for data so that we can deliver AI that's equitable, that leads to health equity? And the other one is we provide data. So I work with stakeholders. We are looking into federated access. So the data from MedStar is one of other data sets that are used to train these. So to innovate, and just on the point of innovation, President Biden, a couple weeks ago, signed the executive order on AI, and he referenced Aim Ahead, this project that we're working on, as examples of innovation, where we have the funding and we are creating the projects where we want to engage with our stakeholders, those who are underrepresented in AI, and have them come up with the projects that are meaningful to them, that are in line with the North Stars, which are cardiovascular, cancer, behavioral, mental health, and so forth, and come up with innovative ways to leverage this technology. So that's one. And as a result of this, we are working on lots of innovative projects because they are coming from the communities that are hurt, that are, that think that these are the problems that matter to them. And so when you're passionate and you're working with the right team, I think lots of good things happen. So that's as I don't know if you consider that innovative. As far as the new, landscape of whether we can aspire and open the door for talent and new skills, I think absolutely. They'll be different. We're probably not going to need a lot more programmers in the next 5 to 10 years, but we need people who can think about creative ways to solve huge problems. I think we will focus on problems and then, look at the technology that will capture this problem. Cancer, for example, is huge, physician burnout and all of these things. So we'll be problem driven, and we will need people with creative ideas that can use, the limited resources that we have in an innovative ways.
I can at least speak to the U.S. healthcare industry. I think industry is mimicking a lot of the things that we're talking about. So in the next few years, we project that the profitability of a sector we call the healthcare system services and technology sector, vendors that provide this, will be as profitable in aggregate as the entire payer sector, all of insurance in U.S. healthcare. that is in that sector, VC money towards AI-backed or AI-focused companies has multifold increased in the last few years. Now, those vendors, to the point about federated, focus on one process, and they want to do that process really well. So instead of trying to use AI to tackle everything, there are companies that literally I know do just oncology, radiology, imaging, and then go and train that algorithm in multiple places, or claims management, or like they take one process. And now you ask yourselves, all right, who are the organizations? I think private payers have become much more interested in outsourcing those versus trying to build them in-house, which was the last phase. Similar hospitals are kind of on that cusp. A lot of them had these big EHR things where they brought inside. I think they're realizing the value of that vendor ecosystem as well. There'll be a lot that has to be sorted out between pricing and profitability and those types of things. But for many of the research things we're talking about, federated learning, those types of things, we are seeing the market move that way. And it's really important for those vendors to acknowledge that they're trying to provide 100% solution. That's also very important. I'm not just going to provide you the AI algorithm. I'm going to provide you a methodology to fix your data, to then have the AI algorithm, and to then help you with the change management. So as if I'm a CFO sitting at a hospital or a private payer, okay, if I hire this vendor, they'll take care of everything on this. That gives me relief. That gives them accountability versus I'm just going to go take that AI algorithm and internally have to deal with the data and so on. So to your point about employment, the employment model shift where the resource allocation happens is also shifting. Where do we need those bodies? Where do we need those AI focused folks versus where do we need people who can implement? And that's something else we're seeing happen throughout the industry as well.
Well, my wheels have been turning since you asked the question because I was thinking I have so many examples where I'd like to start at. How do I pick one? And in the meantime, I picked one. And that's rheumatic heart disease. And I picked that because this is a neglected disease that it's impacting particularly kids in areas with low resources and low access to healthcare. Just to tell you what it is, we probably all had strep throat as a kid, right? And you take your penicillin, that fixes it, and you're good. In the United States, there were young men volunteering to go to war in the middle, or first half of last century. And when they were going to the health checkup, they were discovered to have cardiac problems. And this was the effect of untreated strep throat, rheumatic heart disease. Fixed ever since the Second World War. This works very well. Very few cases in the country because everybody takes penicillin when needed. But in the world, there are about 50 million people with rheumatic heart disease and about 400,000 deaths every year from this condition. Once you have it, if it's gone to your body, the way to discover it is to check the heart. And you can do that with ultrasound. Ultrasound technology has gone again to many revolutions. That's a word I like to use today. You can have an ultrasound probe that is this size, basically smaller than my smartphone, right? It connects to a tablet. You get to see the image right away, and it all happens instantly. However, you need to know how to acquire the data, and that's a rare skill. And then an even more rare skill, you need to be able to read the data. So about 2 years ago, I was speaking with those clinicians, cardiologists this time, moving away from radiologists, who are writing the rules for the World Health Organization about how to diagnose and how to screen for rheumatic heart disease. And their biggest challenge was, how do you get kids that do not have access to a cardiologist and could benefit from now this very cheap technology, this ultrasound technology, to be screened and to be put into healthcare? And we started to use AI. And basically what AI was able to do there, and that was the innovation on the research side, right? The machine learned when and where to look into an echocardiogram. This is an image that looks at the beating heart and looks very messy and very noisy. I cannot read it. But the machine learned how to focus on the systole and to look at the mitral regurgitation, now to get into what basically the diagnosis means. The other thing that has happened in the meantime, and this is not what I've been doing, is that the ultrasound probe can be guided by AI also, and where to identify the area of the heart to capture that image. So we have two amazing things, or all of a sudden. One, some automation in the acquisition of the data, which is a rare skill. And now we know that in a few days, a healthcare provider that has not worked with ultrasound before, is not a cardiologist, can learn how to do this with this kind of assistance. The other thing is in 1 minute from the acquisition, our algorithm can tell if a child has rheumatic heart disease. So this is all fantastic. But then I think innovation is a big word. How do you make this happen and how do you make this work? Well, here is where we partner up with small companies that know how to fix that problem. We are researchers, we know how to ask questions, and we come with solutions that sometimes work, sometimes they don't. But to make this happen at the side of a child, where the child is seen, you need someone else to take it from there. So basically, is this private-public partnership, right, that is really important, and we have to work together hand in hand. And with this, we're starting in February, we're going to screen 200,000 children in Uganda for rheumatic heart disease. And we're going to do all of this with the help of this technology. And again, then we'll have to see how well it works and how this can change things. But giving an opportunity to a child to get treatment with penicillin at the time of identifying rheumatic heart disease is a lifesaver.
I'd like to say something. What's given me hope on the international front of this is these large language models that are all the rage now, and we're using ChatGPT, we're using it for other research and things. They're going to get smaller. They're getting smaller. I just, with a colleague Friday in the UK, gave a presentation to us, and they're building models on their laptop. There's open source code, and these can be fit for purpose. So you could maybe put a model on that iPad and stuff to diagnose those images. It's quite encouraging. They don't score as high as the big multi-million-dollar models and stuff, but those suck up everything. You can train your own model with your own data. And some guy online took all his chat records and made a chat bot of himself. It was very interesting, and it worked fairly well, except when it told him to answer one question by asking the author.
I mean, this model that I was talking about runs on a laptop, runs in 1 minute over there. We also have a language model on an iPhone that we use in Kenya to teach young adults about the risk of non-communicable disease. Simple things that we're doing now runs on a phone. So we were already very fast moving in that direction. But what I think also maybe you bring up with this thing, it's what's happening now when we're training these large models. And that's a level of inequity in general and very often of concern of what's going to happen to all of us in the future. When you look at all these data centers and data running centers that are being built everywhere. And to build a laptop, a small 2-kilogram laptop, I think you need about 200 kilograms of fossil fuel, 600 kilograms of additional resources that come from somewhere from Mother Earth, and thousands of liters of water to do that. To build a data center, it's something of an unimaginable scale. And what Peter, I think, was just saying earlier, the importance of making models small and running them with low resources is unbelievably important, because we're going to run out of resources. That's one thing. Secondly, I was in London a few days ago, and I was at a function, and I remember I was told that, well, everything is vegetarian because our institution only allows vegetarian food to save some of the energy and resources, right, that are polluting our planet. But when we run probably the program that chooses the vegetarian meal, we're burning much more than what we're saving through that, right? So we have to be very cognizant about what kind of resources and what level of inequity exists in computational power around the world.
How are we for time?
5 minutes.
Any other questions from the audience? Oh, there's several.
Thank you. One of you mentioned something about mental health. I've had this research question for a while now, thinking about how difficult can it be to have an accurate diagnosis when it comes to mental health, and how different the treatments are. For example, different personality disorders, bipolar disorder, depressions, they are all different. They need different treatments, but sometimes those kinds of diagnoses are confusing and it can take time to get to an accurate one. So I was wondering, how do you see it, like AI helping this part of the health issue, which a lot of the times is more silent, but it's very important.
I don't have a solution. I think mental health is one of the most challenging problems, and but my answer is that there is potential for AI to mitigate the some of the impact that we're having from AI on our communities. Having said that, I think a lot of people are developing tools, but in my opinion, these are not going to help with AI, with mental health. I mean, talking to another avatar or another is not going to help your mental health. In the contrary, I think we have to use our power and our technology to find the root cause of why mental health is on the rise, and tackle it and address the root cause of mental health, and not wait until issues happen and then medicate or use technology to solve that problem. So it's a bigger topic. I am very interested in it. I'm doing a lot of research on this area to see how can AI mitigate lots of things like loneliness, like depression, stress, especially in adolescents. As an adolescent, you should not be suffering from this in a country that thrives, that's providing and telling the world how to live. But yet we have huge mental health issue in this country and in other places, maybe not as much, and maybe the etiology of mental health in the US is different than in other places, and it's probably due to lots of other facts. So I'm not a clinician, I'm a PhD, but I talk to a lot of clinicians who are and they kind of agree of that we have to look at the root cause and not medicate when it happens.
And where I think AI may play an important role is maybe shortening the time between somebody being at risk to have a mental health and being seen by a healthcare system over there. Again, looking at a lot of data. And maybe I speculate here a little bit, but I don't see immediately how the solution is going to be. I think you very well articulated the fact that there is so much variability in even the way the diagnosis is done. So what do we do well with AI? We try to reproduce the thinking, right, and the process of a clinician in doing something right. When the clinical system struggles to do that well, AI algorithms may have to either reinvent themselves and come from a completely different angle, and that comes with risks, right? Or they have to follow the same way of thinking. However, I think there's a lot of data in communities that may help or be helped with the use of AI to identify those that are at risk. Like you're saying, there is a increase in adolescent suicide. Some of those changes in risk are identified often at schools. Schools are not well prepared to identify those kids. When a kid comes to a hospital and has to be triaged at the emergency room for being a risk of suicide, that is done with 5 questions, right? That is vastly inadequate. So adding more data to that and to the process and to the analysis, I think, could be a way to at least identify those that would benefit from help.
Any other questions?
I would like to bring us back to the question, how is artificial intelligence transforming firms? So when you look at it now versus 5-10 years down the road, this is a transformative set of technologies both for clinical and administrative processes. So what do you guys see out there? How is it changing the industry structure, competition? Is it becoming more consolidated, more fragmented? Again, how do you see it in the future, and how is it playing out now?
Yeah, maybe I'll add two thoughts to just maintain us on time. So one thing is I was talking about the advent of this HST, as we call it, healthcare services and tech subsector within healthcare and those vendors. One other major thing in talking to a lot of C-suite folks, people are changing the way they look at business cases. I think this is really important. In healthcare especially, it's not just financial outcomes, it's also non-financial outcomes. We've talked about patient experience, we've talked about provider satisfaction, we've talked about quality. when you are originally putting forward these AI use cases, one of the reason admin use cases are being looked at first is you can put hard dollars against them. But how do you value saving the live births you were talking about earlier, right? Bringing 87 down to 50. That is, sometimes those things are hard to quantify into these business cases. So that's issue number one that we're seeing with firms, is getting them to think not just financial, we call it total mission value, your financial factors and your non-financial factors. I think the second thing is, once you've got that business case, a lot of people are not seeing that return in the P&L, because a lot of those business cases are predicated on labor savings. So if I'm able to free up a physician's time, they saw 5 patients in a day, I can take 10 minutes out of every visit, so now they could see 6. Is the physician actually seeing that 6th patient, or are they saving that mental time to prevent burnout for themselves? How do you value that in the P&L? We know we need more labor in healthcare. So even though the business case might say I'm going to free up this number of FTEs, people are not firing those folks, and they shouldn't. We need that labor in healthcare. So the P&L might not show the same results that the business case is suggesting. And those are real issues that people are dealing with right now, and why, even when we're talking about data, what we've been talking to a lot of folks about is focus on a few fields, do a couple of things, show that the ROI is there, because there's got to be a little bit of this swell that happens. Gen AI and everything that happened over the last 12 months or so has created more dialogue about AI than there was before. But now, how do you take advantage of that dialogue to start implementing, showing successful use cases, showing you can do the change management, and then build it over time? This isn't going to happen overnight. We need to do multiple phases. And organizations that are trying to do too much upfront are struggling to get the buy-in from the organization over time to then continue the 5 to 10 year journey that we need to do.
Well, I can tell you, healthcare did not have a strategy, at least, for the healthcare organizations that I talked to. Only recently, they've been developing strategy around data, around systems, around all of these things. But it is transforming how we think about healthcare in the future, and we are scrambling to figure out where do we start even. And so we're starting at so many different levels. We're trying to educate our frontline healthcare workers. So we're trying to engage them in the conversation, in the education, and bringing thereby, new curricula into medical schools and so forth that we are part of, the data and the systems that we're trying to, figure out a balance between investing and return on investment, because like you mentioned, implementing AI will eventually lead to some let go of certain cadre of the workforce. How do we ensure that we don't do that haphazardly at the moment? So lots is happening in the healthcare sector, and we're not nowhere close to having a well-defined, vetted strategy.
I think it's time to thank the panel and move on.
So we're going to have a short break now. For those in person, there's going to be coffee outside. For those online, the live stream will start again at
Is working. Hello everyone. Excited to be kicking off this panel on AI in retail. I'm Shervin Kodabande, senior partner at Boston Consulting Group. Very pleased to be joined by two exceptional leaders in retail and AI, Mr. Fabio Luzzi from Tapestry and Mr. Prakhar Malhotra from Walmart. Maybe I'll just turn to you, Fabio, for a quick intro, and Prakhar, you do the same, and then we get the panel started.
Thank you, thank you. So yeah, very happy to be here. So my name is Fabio Luzzi. My background is in statistics, economics, and computer science. So I always worked with data and analytics in different shapes and forms across different industries. I started with IBM, so technology and consulting, then moved to American Express, where I spent a long time doing analytics and advanced analytics for business travel, risk management, business insights, and then after that entertainment with Paramount, and most recently Tapestry, so retail and fashion. I'll tell you more about the industry, but yeah. So I think it's interesting to mention about my experience because it gives you an idea of how data and analytics can really be applied across different industries. Most of the methodologies are similar and can be applied to different use cases, which is what I've been doing.
Yeah, yeah. Hi, I'm Prakhar. I have been with Walmart for 5.5 years now. Prior to Walmart, I was at Uber, one of the early data scientists at Uber. Worked on dynamic pricing there. Prior to Uber, I was at Twitter. And then I did my PhD in aeronautics, actually, from Caltech. So I'm an aerospace engineer who became a data scientist. So anybody can become a data scientist. If an aerospace engineer can do that. AI is like, as I think Professor Catherine talked about, we are part of a revolution right now. This is like back in 40s when aeroplanes were getting developed. I think it's the same parallel right now in AI, right? Like people are paranoid, people are figuring out how to build aeroplanes back in 40s. World War was going on, and same in AI right now, right? It's the same parallel. So very exciting to be here and share my thoughts with all of you.
Thank you for that. Did you say aeronautics from Caltech? So I've known you for like 4 years, and I had no idea. I went to Caltech as well, so it's good that we meet. So let me build on what you said about the transformational power, and I'll ask you both the same question. So Fabio, first, where do you think the biggest sort of value pools are with AI, and how is it transforming retail?
Thank you. So before I answer the question, maybe I can give a quick overview of the industry I'm in. Many of you may not be familiar with Tapestry, but I'm sure all of you are familiar with the brands we own. So we are a house of fashion brands. We own Coach, Kate Spade, and Stuart Weitzman. So 3 fashion brands, all based in New York. So we are in the business of designing and building beautiful products. So, it's very difficult to be on this stage after that very interesting panel on healthcare. I'll try to make it fashion and retail interesting.
They're both therapeutic in a sense.
Yeah, so I was going to say, probably the risk of dying from buying the wrong fashion product is low, but but yeah, so I like to think that, by making beautiful products that people wear, make them feel good. So that has a good impact on health. But yeah, anyway, so all jokes aside, so it's a very complex industry, as you can imagine, and it's a data-rich industry. For the most part, my company specifically is direct to consumer, so we capture and own a lot of transaction level data. So it's a data-rich company, and it's a very complex business. You can probably imagine the value chain is very long. It takes around 1 year from when you start planning and start designing a product to when that product is available on the shelves or online for the customers to buy. So the lead times are very long, and there is a lot that happens in between. So it's a very intertwined steps across the value chain, from planning to merchandising when you start building the assortment, to buying when you start investing on the assortment, and then supply chain, logistics, marketing, and all these steps are connected. There's a lot of feedback loops. So it's a very complex business, but it's data rich. So it's a great candidate to really leverage data, AI and ML, to to improve processes with the outcome. The North Star is always to help drive profitable growth through leveraging this methodology. So that's the industry I'm in. Having said that, I think to make things simple, there are two main. So as I said, right, the North Star is help drive profitable growth. So we want to grow, but in a healthy way with healthy margins. So. And there are two macro areas where we've been applying AI, and we're looking into AI to make this happen. One is enhancing customer experience, which you can do in different ways, and we can drill down. Enhancing customer experience, and then enhancing operational processes. So I think those are the two macro areas where we've been leveraging.
So give us an example in either one, so that it brings it to life for the audience.
Yeah. So enhancing operational processes. There are a lot of things that we do across the value chain, and a lot of them are time-consuming and very number heavy. So one example is allocation, right? So allocating products from distribution centers to the stores, what we call in-season allocation. So the product is built. It's ready to be sold. It's sitting in the distribution center somewhere. We are a multi-distribution center company, so we have many distribution centers across the world. So when, and how much of that specific product to send to which store? So should I send how many of this bag to the store in Manhattan or the store in Ohio? You name it. And the KPI there, the goal, as we know, it's very important to have a goal in mind. It's not about the technology, right? It's about optimizing a specific KPI. So in this case, we are trying to optimize we want to minimize lost sales. We want to minimize stockouts. So we don't want to run out of a specific product in a store or online at the time where potentially could be sold to a customer. So for in that case, we use sophisticated forecasting models. Some of them use AI in the form of different neural networks to forecast customer demand at a product level, at a store level, or online. And that help us optimize allocation from distribution center to stores. And it's a measure. The impact is measurable through different level of experimentations. But so by doing that, we achieve two things, right? One is automation. So as I said, it's a very number-heavy, number-intensive that often cannot be performed by a human because there are so many, these hundreds of thousands of products that you need to look at any minute. So we help automating most of the allocation, and then the outcome, it's improved, right? So we reduce stockouts, and so there is a lift in revenue. So that's one example where we use
Wonderful. So you gave the audience an overview of retail. I think this was a great example where you got to forecast demand, you got to have a good sense of elasticity, and then an optimization problem of how much of what goes to what store when. Prakhar, same question to you about the value pools. Walmart's massive company with 2 million plus employees. You guys are everywhere and sell everything. So where do you see are the sort of the biggest transformational opportunities with AI?
Yeah, pretty much everywhere. I think AI is in the fabric of everything we do at Walmart. You could start from the most fundamental problems in retail. As a retailer, your objective is what items you want to sell, how much you want to sell, and at what time you want to sell, right? And to that, you need to anticipate customer demand. So it looks very simple, but at scale is what it makes it very challenging, and that's where AI comes in. And Walmart has been using statistics in the olden days before AI became very popular. It was one of the first companies, I think, pioneers in that area. To now, in the modern day era, like you can think of how today, I mean, the difference between today's customer and 10 years back customer is that customers have a lot of options today. Like they control the market. Like I want to buy this chips by walking into the store, but I might want to get the dip by ordering online. Now, in the previous 10 years back, you would pick it up together, and so I exactly know to keep chips and salsa together. But in today's world, you can order it on your phone, and so I have to make sure that chips and salsa are placed everywhere in the NFC, in the store, and it has been delivered to you using last mile delivery, right? And so this idea of omni-channel retail has came into existence, especially during COVID times, and that's where AI plays a major role. On the customer side, we use AI to like how customers interact with Walmart, right? Like conversational AI, chatbots. Like you can go on Walmart.com and talk to one of our chatbots and say, look, what is this? I need an iPad with XYZ specifications, or hey, I'm going to a birthday party and I need some recommendation for the gifts. That's where generative AI comes in today. If you're an associate in Walmart, AI helps you with being more productive, right? Like it can tell you, okay, what you should do next. And so it's in fabric of everything we do at Walmart. At the end of the day, Walmart's mantra is everyday low prices, right? Like, and so the goal is to keep the prices down. Right, and if you can marry that with the amazing customer experience, the way you interact with customers, that's a win-win situation, and that's how Walmart uses AI. It's pretty much in everything. Anything that you are going on Walmart.com, on Walmart stores, there is AI in it.
Yeah, this is actually quite fascinating from both of your comments, is that retail has been around since there's been civilization, but what's happening is everything is getting so much more competitive that the quality of a decision matters so much, and the precision of that decision matters, and the timeliness of that decision matters. So you each gave some examples of that. Let me switch to a different question, which is, okay, so there's all this opportunity, talked about merchandising and inventory optimization and customer servicing and all these things that could be dramatically improved with better data, better algorithms, etc. What's in the way? What's making it difficult? What are the challenges of taking a retail organization with this technology, this opportunity, this data to getting value? I'll ask the question from both of you, but Prakhar, maybe you start, and then Fabio, you build on that.
Yeah, I think what gets in the way is first of all data, right? You need to, as Catherine talked about, right, the sparsity of data and the fragmentation of data. It's a real thing that gets into the way. If you don't have the right data that you have, omni-channel retail hasn't been around for a long time. So if somebody says, I need to do 1 hour delivery on this item, like we don't have data, so you need to do a best guess about. So that's probably the first challenge. The second challenge is how do you integrate AI in your existing process? Like how do you weave it into humans' daily jobs? Right, and so that's why at Walmart we are very clear that we are people-led and tech-empowered, and that clarity, when you go in front of 2 million people and say that, look, we are people-led and tech-empowered, that helps adopt AI, right? Like, and so if I am an associate, I can easily embrace AI, right? Like if I'm on the customer side, I think everybody's waiting for AI, so that's not a problem. Internal processes, right? Like how do you think about? And I think to some extent we are also in some AI hype, right? There's a lot more promise about AI that has been talked about, but when it goes to implementation, you, like as a data scientist, you encounter some real world challenges, but executives are expecting something different. And so I think as a data science leader, one of the most challenging job is how do you set that expectation? where the person who signs a check is expecting a lot, while you know you can't get there. It's not because you don't know what your stuff is, but because the data is not there, or something has broken. And I think that has been my biggest learning.
So what I took away from this is there is a technical challenge on the data and stitching and some of the inferences you have to make about sort of the complexity of today's customers' preferences, and also sort of the change management aspect of it, that is people's judgments and managers and merchandisers and merchants and pricing experts that have sort of had maybe years or decades of experiential, sort of knowledge and preferences or ways of doing things, are realizing AI is allowing them to make better decisions, but they have to change things. So, Fabio, same question to you. What are you seeing as some of the biggest challenges, and maybe an example of how you've overcome these at Tapestry?
Great question. So, before answering the question, maybe a little bit more context. So I think it's important to understand that we are in a business of transformation, right? So, Coach has been around for a long time. It was founded around the 1940. So it's a traditional fashion, retail and fashion industry. So we are in a business of transformation, and it's not a technology company. So we obviously understand the importance of technology. It's an enabler, but we don't sell technology, right? We sell fashion products. So with that context in mind, I think it comes down to three things. It's like in many other framework, is people, processes, and technologies. So having in mind that this is a business of transformation, so people, obviously, because it's about changing the way of working. So this is a traditional business where people have been doing things in a certain way for a long time, and especially it's a very creative space, right? So we design our products and we work with designers, and with very sophisticated material that people like to touch and feel. So it's not easy to transform. So I think that's the challenge, right? So people don't like to change, just like in many other fields. So it's very important to work with them. So design-led thinking. So embed the adopters, the potential adopters, the users in the development cycle from the beginning to the end. So work together with the adopter of the technology, with the user, from the ideation to the design to the deployment to the test. That will help with the adoption eventually. So that's the people, right? And processes is similar, right? So people and processes, they go often together. And also, I think another thing that is important to mention is that it depends on the use case, right? Some use cases of transformation by leveraging AI and ML are easier than others, right? Sometimes you just identify a point in the process that needs a prediction. Like we understand now that AI are prediction machines, and you just replace that point in the process. You'd replace the human doing the prediction with the machine doing the prediction. Those use cases tend to be easier because you're not really changing the way of working. You're helping actually the person that is in the process by giving them a tool to do their job better. So, some use cases are easier, but then on the other side of the spectrum, some use cases are more difficult because then you talk more about system transformation, right? That then requires coordination and collaboration across different parts in the company. One of the great example that Goldfarb made he was a speaker note at one of these events here. He gave a great speech, and he made the example of the America race cup, right? So there's been a lot of innovation in racing, even if we don't use sailing as a form of transformation. And they really accelerate the transformation when they realized that it was not only about designing the boat, but designing the way the sailor was sailing the boat. So that coordination that needs to happen to change the system, not just the prediction. So, some use cases are more complicated because of that. So always work with the right people along the process. And then last but not least is the technology. So, you know, Walmart is probably, I mean, not probably, we know Walmart is very advanced in that space, but one of the challenge in companies that are more traditional and non-technology company is that they need to understand that AI, analytics, ML, it's a technology problem at the end of the day. You cannot just focus on the use case. You need to build the technology framework that can help you to scale. So, yeah, so those are
wonderful, wonderful. You know, the people-led, tech-powered, I take away from that, AI is not replacing human, but empowering and augmenting. And maybe to build on what, you know, Fabio was saying, Prakhar, maybe you give an example of how AI's made a individual or a group in the organization sort of more powerful, and whether that's been effective in sort of creating change.
Yeah, I think a good example could think about is a classical job of merchandising. If you are a merchant, your job is to get the items and negotiate the lowest price possible, and then decide what how would you place those items in 4,700 plus stores that we have. Now, for a human to understand the neighborhood around 4,700 stores is very daunting, and then multiplied by 300 or so items that are there that I'm responsible for. Which toy goes where, like which apparel goes where. So it's pretty much impossible for humans to. And so a classical way of retail was to cluster the stores, and they say, okay, I'm going to have 10 clusters, and I'm going to just send these items, and the process worked. Which is why
basically averaging it up.
And that's why, like, if you go to, like, in 5 years back, go to any retailer, large scale retailer, the stores would look similar everywhere, right? Like same items. But I think Walmart pioneered this idea of personalized store. So not personalized, like, so I can, because we understand the customer demographics and the store of the community, store of the neighborhood, we can precise that, look, this store in San Jose, there's more certain type of population, say more people of Indian origin lives there, so maybe I should put basmati rice there, right? Like, and it will sell, right? And so, and you can build a supply chain for that if you're very good on your demand, right? And that was pretty much impossible. Now this breakthrough came because you have more compute today, but also you had powerful algorithms that could do that, and you could learn from your mistakes quickly. So you had the ecosystem to get this going, and so that's one of the very good examples.
So you organize the stores around, rather than around some average of, you know, break 10,000 stores into 10 clusters, into each store is unique because the demographics unique, and you sort of manage the merchandising and allocation that way, which also explains why when I go from one place to the other, I can't find anything because I'm not from that place.
I over forecasted or under predicted.
But one day you'll figure out how to do that. I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about Gen AI. This still works, yeah. So, you know, from what I've seen in industry, you know, since a year ago when Gen AI made a big splash, of course, large language models have been around for, you know, quite 4 or 5 years, but since sort of it made it into the consumer world and everybody started, you know, being more exposed to it, many companies are either rethinking or doubling down on their AI strategy. So I will ask this question to both of you in terms of sort of your views on Gen AI as a transformational power and how it relates to the more predictive, I would say, traditional AI. And I start with you, Fabio.
Yeah, that's a good question. And, you know, all of this, it's fairly new and it changes every day. So probably what I say now, it's not true tomorrow anymore. But yeah, so obviously it's a very exciting field. We all probably played with one of those LLM, and they're very powerful and impressive. So yeah, so we've been thinking, like many other companies, how we can apply this. And yeah, so to answer your question, I think there are some differences, right? So So let's see. So I think one that comes to mind, one difference of GAI compared to more traditional AI methodologies, that it can be put in the hands of non-experts, right? So anybody can use an LLM model in the form of a conversation and make decision based on the output, right? So you don't need to be a data scientist. You don't need to be a statistician to use ChatGPT, for example. But you can embed that service or other or similar ones in your workflow and use it and make decisions based on it. So obviously that comes with it's a double-edged sword, right? So it comes with a lot of power, but also risks. So because of that,
it's like giving a race car to a regular driver.
Yeah, to a 5-year-old kid. But yeah, so having that in mind, I think it's very important not to forget the human at the end of the equation, and making sure that you take into consideration that there could be biases, there could be mistakes, and also the way we validate these models, it's very different than the traditional way we validate, more traditional ML algorithms. Even for those more traditional one, it's not easy to validate the output of the model. So imagine for this new GAI that often are like black boxes. So it's very important to just be careful, not get, being excited, but be careful on when deploying it, because often on the other side there is not it's not an expert, right? But it's still somebody that can make a decision based on the output.
Okay, very good. Prakhar?
Yeah, I think generative AI is like, I think it's that quantum jump in AI, because it's probably we as a data scientist, I understand what generalization is, but I think what large language models proved was that, look, yeah, I can at scale that I can have one model do multiple tasks, and so elegantly that the other person will not even realize that. And that was so powerful, like just on the technical side of it, that it brought generalization to light. It also showed something about the human nature, that humans are actually very forgiving. Like hallucination was not a thing before this year. And now people are forgiving to ChatGPT or to Palm 2 or to Bard, right? Like, okay, it gave a wrong answer, okay, no problem. And the Twitter and all the social media feeds are filled with like all sorts of things that can go wrong. But so that's very powerful. I think it advanced the adoption of AI by light years. It almost is so contagious that it puts enormous pressure on predictive AI to now perform. Right? But predictive AI is at a saturation point right now. Most of the models are data hungry. They require labels of data. And I think generative AI, on the other hand, is like self-supervised, so I don't need data. I can train models, and scaling laws are still at work, right? Like, I mean, it's not yet proven that, look, where does it end? Does more parameter, are there more, if I were to add maybe 1 billion more parameters to GPT-4, do I get a much more advanced model? So there's no stopping right now. And that puts this crazy asymmetry. If you don't understand all this and you are a business user and you're like, everything is AI, and you don't understand the difference between two, this is crazy for you, because now you're like, okay, if ChatGPT can answer, write me something, why not can you predict me something?
So let me actually build on that, because it's a very good topic you raised, and Gen AI has come such a long way from 1 billion parameters to trillions. So I guess the question is, I mean, clearly there are predictive AI use cases where predictive AI shines, like, real prediction, optimization, those kinds of things, where the answer is a number or a percentage or some, yes or no or whatever. And then you've got the sort of the generative side of things where the answer is nuanced, and it could be a creation of sorts or organization of some tasks or whatever. And right now, from what I'm seeing, it's sort of two different worlds, right? You do those kinds of use cases with chatbots or customer servicing or coding or similar things with Gen AI, and then the ones that traditional AI is still shining, you go to traditional AI. I'll ask the question of both of you. Prakhar, maybe you start. Do you see this division continuing to exist? Do you see it eventually merging? How do you see this?
It will merge. I think like 1 year from now, you will see lines get blurred. The way a normal person, and I mean, the job of data scientist is really at risk right now, right? Like that's my prediction. The way you will interact with data is through conversations. Like, help me optimize this. That's how you will ask a question.
But do you think there'll still be traditional AI
It
algorithms
will be
in the
under
background?
it will be in the background, right? Like it will not be. But from a user point of view, you will ask today if I'm an analyst or a data scientist, like I write algorithms, I build Tableau dashboards to show my results, and I go to some tool internally in my company, and it will show me some reports and or whatever, right? Like, but in the future, it will be just like plain web interface, like plain page, and you can say, okay, tell me what happened yesterday.
So the user interface and all that, in your view, will change,
and the background will be
so
like
much the
ensemble
inside of it.
No, yeah. So inside would be like you will have a conversation layer first, which will then trigger some sort of a predictive layer.
Which you'll have the predictive.
Which will have. So if a predictive layer will always exist, right? Like, but I think the lines will get blurred between
the user
for the user. Right? Like,
and Fabio, what do you think? You think there'll always be the predictive layer, or will LLMs get smart enough to actually do better than more traditional, predictive models? And
I mean, that's a good question. I don't know if I can predict that, but I think what's happening already, and it's probably gonna keep happening, obviously getting better and better, is that it's not just one model, right? At the end of the day, it's a combination, it's an ensemble of different models. For example, today, LLM models are very good at processing text, but they can't really count, right? So for example, we're building now a model to help process feedbacks, right, from store associates, which know a lot about the customer. So the model is obviously very good in summarizing the feedback, but it's not that good when it comes to give me the top 10 or how many times they said that. So then, but the model knows what other model to call to help him make that calculation. So it's going to be a collaboration of different AI. It's an orchestration across different AI. At the end, behind the scene, there is an engineering orchestration problem that leverages different LLM or more traditional AI working together.
There'll be a different type of software engineering, right? That will require
the world you guys are describing or envisioning is a world where there is sort of a mega brain that's sort of running or managing multiple smaller tools or smaller brains, and it's sort of quite powerful, but is also scary. And as you said, Fabio, proceed with caution, but opportunities are there. I do think we have about 20 minutes, so I don't want to monopolize the questions. So can we turn to audience for some questions?
Could I? Actually, I'll go second, please.
Hi, my name is Indra, and it's interesting that you mentioned that there is a collaboration between human and AI in like doing coding, for instance. So to you, what are the top important skills that people need in the futures, especially for managers, to manage AI to improve their business? Thank you.
I mean, that's a very good question. As a father of, especially as a father of small kids, I asked my question to myself. What should they study? Should they study Python or solution architect? I don't know. But so the skills will change. I mean, they're already changing, right? So my team, and I'm sure it's similar for you, Prakash, like, they use autopilots now to code, right? So, which is helping them. It's not replacing them, right? It's making them 10 times more efficient. So as of today, you still need a human in the loop to even in, there are some transformational use cases that we adopted, and they're now live, and they're helping building and managing the assortment in the company. But there is always a human in the loop. It's very difficult to completely automate the process. Some processes, are more fully automatable, like maybe recommendation systems. But in a lot of cases, there is still a human in the loop that needs to look and validate, etc. So I don't think I can tell you what skills will be needed 10 years from now, but it's probably a mix. Because to be honest, I think I still want somebody in my team that can read a scientific paper and be able to understand the math behind it. So I think...
Ask LLM about it. I can ask LLM about it. Upload it.
Ricardo, you have a point of view on the same question?
Yeah, I think nothing replaces hardcore sciences, right? Like as an aerospace engineer, I think I look at the world differently. I can look at satellites and the way aeroplane flies differently, and I can think about how million ways AI can help, machine learning can help. So I think AI will be not limited to just computer science, like it will be everywhere, right? And so the advice is for like whatever career field you choose, whatever manager you are, for whatever spectrum you are. We are at World Bank right now. You're dealing with economies at macro scale, and so that's your job. But I think you can't ignore AI. You need to understand, and you need to understand what its capability is at that point in time when you're making the decision. And then you need to have a ability, and this is where art comes in, to quickly decide whether AI will help, whether you are using AI as a recommendation system, AI as a replacement system, AI as an automation system. And I think that is an art, because that's the bet at the end most people are making. So that's what I think. You guys had a paper on it, right? AI as a helper. I forgot the term, but that's a
different roles that AI can play, and so that's a creative role for humans. I think there was a question from you.
If I can just build on this conversation, in the introductory remarks, I said what we are interested in is what happens to your consumers and what also happens to your workers. On the worker question, I think, Fabio, you said there's always a human in the loop. Now, retail is one of the biggest employers. Certainly, people are becoming more productive. Certainly, some tasks are being replaced. Perhaps there are some tasks which are also being created. But especially, Prakash, from your point of view in Walmart, what do you see is happening to not just the composition in terms of skill, but the aggregate scale of employment? And how do you see that evolving in a blunt, honest way? That's one quick question. And the second consumer question, you described AI as essentially understanding how the consumer behaves and responding to it, which is a passive view. Where would you draw the line between a more proactive nudging of the consumer or inducing them to make certain choices once you're super well informed, perhaps better informed about them than they are themselves?
Yeah, I can take, let me answer the first question. And this is so if you, this is a hypothetical example, right? Like, so let's say I have a team of 10 people doing a certain task. And the underlying assumption is today I'm say, I have some errors in my something, I am inefficient. And now suddenly I have a very precise tool that is I'm very efficient, and so I might need 9 people. Well, because now I'm very efficient, I can use that one person to do something else to increase my scope. I think that's what will happen with AI. That's what is happening. AI is not replacing jobs. AI is making you so good, or will make so good, that extra human that you might need is now unlocking something totally different. And we are seeing this play out. So I actually don't see AI replacing jobs anywhere, right? Like it's actually amplifying the effect. It's upskilling. Your value in the market is more now because you have used a tool in your job that is powered by AI, right? So that's how I see it. On the customer side, I think the proactive side would be I I'll tell you from the supply chain point of view, like we anticipate how many Christmas trees are needed in a neighborhood. And so we exactly have put those Christmas trees. Forecast of Christmas trees is actually a very hard problem because you have to do it a year in advance. And you have to predict 1 year out how many Christmas trees will buy, and you have to predict inflation and economic and everything. And just imagine doing this at start of 2023, right? Like how it will. So the other could be something that we are very proud of is smart subs, right? Like you order something online. I mean, there's always error in the system. Something goes out of stock, and so now in old world, your basket is empty. We didn't sell you anything. In the new world, we can recommend you. You maybe ordered a strawberry yogurt of certain brand, and I gave you a similar strawberry yogurt of a different brand because I understand something about you or something similar about you. So like classical recommendation systems. So they're called smart subs, right? And that releases the pressure on the supply chain that I have to always be in stock because I know the smart subs insurance policy is there, right? Like so if I were a supply chain head, my job should always be never to go out of stock, but I might go out of stock. And so smart subs comes in and says, look, you know what it went. So maybe you like this, and I recommend you that, and you say yes, I accept it, and that provides the feedback loop. So that's where I'm being proactive, right? And so that's how I see it. And marketing, ads is all.
I can add to that a little bit also. So on the first part of the question, so I agree with Prakash, right? So as of now, I don't believe AI is going to replace humans, but I agree that it's actually upskilling people. So for example, one specific example in our reality, there is the function of the buyer, right? So you need to decide how much to invest in a specific product. So we build fashion products. And there are three main kinds of category, right? We build evergreen, so products that you always have available, and then carryovers and newness, so new products that were not there before. So, AI happens to be very good at predicting demand for evergreen and carryovers, but it's very, very difficult to predict demand for new fashion products, because there's just no data, right? It's a new product, it's a new SKU, so there's no data, there's no purchasing data available. So now, because the AI can help the buyer predict the demand for the carryover and the evergreen, they can focus more on the more difficult task, which is investing in new fashion products. So, now they have more time to strategically address that problem.
We should do the study.
I think that's a research study to be proved this hypothesis that when you upskill, like as you can see this in data science, right? Like our data scientists are the top paid in the industry.
What's the hypothesis?
Hypothesis is that, look, if you are working in an industry that leverages AI, your value in the market 2 years from now will be much more than in a job that you are in without AI. Right, because like
as an individual worker,
because you now understand AI,
yes,
right? Like,
yes.
And we all believe AI is the future.
Yes.
And then another thing I was going to say, related to also what you mentioned about similarity. One thing that we're finding very useful in GAI is helping us identify similar products, which becomes useful also for new products. Because a lot of people think of GAI also when it comes to the front end, right? The chatting capability, the conversational, but there is a lot of in the back end that we can use from the models. So we use a lot of those methodologies to create product embeddings and vectorization to really numerical representation of products that can really help us measure similarities across products using both photography but also text, like metadata and even sales data, how purchasing behavior.
That's a good point, which could be helpful both in merchandising but also in design and creation of new products. I think there was a question from you, no? Okay, well, you yes, go ahead.
A question about the physical supply chain. So both of the companies are sitting on some complex supply chains. Walmart sitting on a really complex supply chain. So how does the fact that there's better predictions changing these physical structures? So how does the supply chain change in terms of stores, distribution channels versus going backwards? Same thing for Tapestry.
Yeah, that was our Edelman Prize. Yeah, so now that you have much more data and sophisticated algorithms and compute, you can actually design the network for 10 year out. What might it look like, and make much more informed decisions. Sort of network optimization, right? It's no longer a strategy job, but it's completely powered by science. And not only that, you can actually say, look, 10 years from now, I think the customer demand, if there's one parameter in retail which is getting challenged every year, is like shipping speed. Like it's like first it was like 2 day, then 1 day, then 1 hour. I don't know. It's like instantaneous right now. There will be. I was in India last week, and there are micro stores right near your apartment, right? So you order something, and within 5 minutes you will get it, right? Like that's not unheard of in US, but in India it's a reality, right? Like, and so if that you believe that the future is, my network has to evolve, right? Like, and the way I evolve my network is like, how do I keep my current distribution centers and current fulfillment centers operational while I make these changes? And I think a machine learning coupled with optimization provides you this simulation framework, right? And which you can simulate your entire network and make those long-term strategic decisions. So now you have to wait for 10 years to see whether we got it right or not. But I think we are much more confident on those decisions. So.
Any other questions? Just quickly, another thing that is changing in supply chain is negotiation power with suppliers, because I can now anticipate demand more precisely. I have more power of negotiation with suppliers, which is, it's helping negotiate better deals and reduce costs.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for this discussion. It's really insightful. My name is Owen Davis. I'm at the World Bank. And one of the questions that we always get when we talk to policymakers about artificial intelligence and adopting this is kind of how can we make our firms adopt these technologies. And we kind of see kind of with businesses like yours, you have large teams who kind of can develop these technologies, can kind of implement them in your kind of production processes or your service provision processes. But there might be a lot of kind of companies where that might be kind of less feasible to kind of have these kind of large teams kind of working on this. And we now also see that some kind of AI technologies basically can be bought off the shelf and can be plugged into service provision processes quite easily. So my kind of question is, based on the technologies that you use, kind of how much of these technologies can actually be bought rather than developed in-house, in the sense of kind of how easy it is for some of these technologies to spread quite easily with a minor level of effort and be adopted by firms that might not have the same level of capabilities as you have. Thank you.
Yeah, I can. That's a good question. I think, as a firm, you have to decide. Like when we made a statement, AI is in fabric of everything we do at Walmart, right? I mean, it ranges from a less critical task to our core IP. Like we are using AI for everything, right? And so I think for that last core IP secret sauce, you want to develop it in-house. You actually want to invest in the talent that you need, the cloud strategy, and everything that has to get along to get AI work. For these other tasks, you can get off-the-shelf technology and get maybe 75 to 80% there. And I think we were talking about marginal cost and marginal benefit. I think you have to do that analysis, and you'll say that, look, Silicon Valley tech firms are like notorious, and they'll keep investing in AI and keep getting more powerful, and you keep throwing money, you keep throwing compute, you'll become more powerful AI. But a normal world will not, right? And so if you decide that at what point the cost benefit analysis happens, and then stop there. Off the shelf will get you 75. I mean, in generative AI, Llama 2 can get you there to 60, 65%. Yeah, if you compare to GPT-4, it's like things go crazy, but like at 65%, it still can write you an essay, right? Like you can just modify it, right? And so that's how I think about it. So for the core IP, you should actually invest in your teams. For less critical tasks, go off the shelf, see the value before you go.
Good answer. Any other questions? Time check.
Yep, we
Yep.
can hear you.
So I'm just going to come in with a question from online. I'm not queue jumping, just to be equitable to all the people that are online, which is a related question. And they're asking about the scope for academic business collaborations and whether, you know, you're developing this entirely in-house. What's the role of academia? Can they help with the research angle? And just how this can play out to help retail industry.
I mean, I can go quickly first. So yeah, so I mean, we do like working with academia. We actually do. We have even in my previous experience, there is a use case that my team did with Harvard, and then recently we collaborated with MIT and Harvard on experiments on the field. So tangible use cases. So and we like doing it for different reasons. And one of them is, we want to be out there and be perceived as a company that leverage these sophisticated technology so we can attract talent, right? Young talent. But yeah, so we do.
Yeah, I think the academic partnerships is the key for a couple of reasons. One is AI field is changing so rapidly that as a data scientist in a company, it's practically impossible to keep up. Like you have deadlines in your work and then you have to read all these papers. So it's practically, so that's where I think an academic, like I call them biggest unblockers, right? Like I have a question, I call a professor, like Lifeline. So that's one. Second thing is, I think long-term research partnership helps you attract talent, but it also helps you take right strategic bets. And I think earlier on this year, I think pretty much every firm would be grappling with this question of, in generative AI, do you want to build your own LLM? Should you use open source LLM, fine tune it, or should you go with one of the paid LLMs, GPT-4 or Palm, right? Like now everybody had opinions on this topic. Literally you walk in and it's March, you walk in any meetings, that's all that's being discussed. Who could have helped? Well, somebody who understands computer science could have helped, right? Like as a data scientist, it was all very fancy for us. Like almost every data scientist I met in industry wanted to build their own LLM. It's fine, like it's a cool thing, right? Right? Like, should I do it? I don't know. So that's where academic partnerships help.
I think we have time for one more question, maybe two.
Thank you. I was reflecting on the keynote from earlier today and how she was talking about the lack of data, in particular for lower income populations and more marginalized populations. So I was wondering, to what extent are you thinking about that? How does that impact how you use AI in your work? And is there anything that your companies, in particular Walmart, given that you work with the lower end consumer, is there anything that you are considering in order to enhance the availability of data or to make sure that the predictions are accurate for a wide range of consumer populations?
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a very pertinent questions. And I think at Walmart, we are very particular about bias. As I said, like we have 4,700 stores. It's a store of the neighborhood. So we almost do everything in our capacity to make sure that there is right assortment at the right price in the neighborhood, right? Like doesn't matter, right? Like you are rich or poor neighborhood. We need to get the assortment right based on your demographic and your profile. And almost any algorithm that we train on is corrected for bias. So we will not deploy it if we are not confident that the bias is checked. There's a whole governance mechanism internally, which sits outside the data science organization on purpose by design. So as a data scientist, you focus on that, but then you have to pass through this governance layer and the guardrails that are set by platforms that whether you are having bias or not. So a platform helps, the governance layer helps, and then we deploy, right? So it's two-step process. And even if it skips and if like mistake happens, we correct it immediately. But I have not seen in my 5 years a mistake happening. Governance and platforms catches it.
Yeah, super important. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, All right. Hi, Kasia Jakimowicz. I'm an international digital development expert at the World Bank, former Harvard, MIT. Have a question, and I deal with AI governance. So perhaps I would like to know, how do you feel about, the regulatory burden that it's coming your way right now? How costly, or, in terms of resources or time, it's going to be for you. Obviously, we are here where we're dealing a lot with regulation also for developing countries in the future for AI. So what's your take on that? And maybe you can highlight a bit how much resources it takes you right now with data protection, and what do you envisage in the future with AI auditing, model auditing, and requirement in Europe, for example, to be able to stop the AI if it's discovered that it's not working, and fix
For
it.
sure, the burden's going to increase, and it has been steadily increased. So, Fabio, maybe you.
Yeah, no. So it's that's a great question. It's definitely important, and we do have teams dedicated to it to make sure we are compliant when it comes not just the AI but data, so GDPR and similar. Even we are a global company. We have presence in China, and given to recent regulation about data sharing in China, we had to build a separate architecture locally because of that. So definitely it's top of mind, and we want to be compliant. So we do have people dedicated to it, and we collaborate heavily with the compliance team and InfoSec teams across the company.
Same as Walmart. Fortune 1, we can't afford any mishaps. And we
Did
have
you notice the size of these teams and the amount of managerial focus on it has increased significantly?
Yeah, I think it's increased for good. I mean, as I said, there's a lot of, it's like glass half full, right? You can say that, look, AI is like all like, will take away jobs. But we are all biased, and like recommendation systems are all biased, and actually they are not, right? As a data scientist, I would feel very pathetic if I do a bad job for a neighborhood, right? Like, I mean, as a practitioner, we don't do that, and so having this governance is actually good for me, right? Because I'm so confident in my predictions that, like, inviting scrutiny is like, yeah, go for it, right? So that's how I feel personally about it, right? So I don't see it as a burden, because as a practitioner, right? Like, I think that's like, if you are a really, really good data scientist, you would go tell your manager upfront that, look, there's bias and there's issue in the algorithm before even deploying it, versus go deploy it, right? Like, and so at Walmart, we have this culture, like and so when it hits governance, we are all clear, right? And so.
Wonderful. I think one more question.
Yes, thank you. I'm Samia Malham, Global Lead on Digital Development and advising governments. They're very interested in AI, and as you said previously, all of a sudden, everyone is an expert in AI, and we know very well it's not the case. How can governments learn from your experience, not to use AI in terms of defense or military, but also to use it for proactive service provision in health, education, social protection? What can they learn from your example? And if you had here a couple of ministers of technology or digital economy, how would you advise them to use AI to provide better, more proactive services to their citizens? Just few sentences. Thank you.
Oh. Well, I've never had that question before, so I will get it off. There's too much pressure sitting at World Bank. I think like, if I was sitting in front of a minister, I would just tell them that, like, don't be afraid of AI. That's number one. You can't escape it. It is coming. It is already here. Form an opinion on how you want to use it. Like, you want to use it as an productivity boost, efficiency gain, process change. I think healthcare people are talking about like I'm using it more administrative. I think that clarity is what is needed to policymakers, right? Like, if I were to walk in into a minister's office and let's say I understand something about India or US, and I would say, well, first place I want to use AI is this XYZ, and I think that's what is needed. That's what my answer, right? Like, how, like, don't be afraid of it. It's here. It is the present and the future. And I mean, just like mobile phones, right? Like you can't escape them. That's what I would tell them. And I think you need to be very clear on how you want to use AI. So.
Yeah, no, I agree. So don't be afraid. There is enormous, as we know at this point, right? There is enormous opportunities in doing things better by leveraging these methodologies. But I think it's important, we welcome regulation because we obviously know it can be used for good, but there is some bad people out there, right? That they may use it for not for good purposes. So we welcome regulation, but I think it's important to make it a conversation. It should not be a unilateral decision. Always bring multiple experts in the room and make decisions and set up regulations based on conversation.
I think government really needs to invest in AI talent. That's going to be the game changer, right? You said, like a lot of this is what I think. A lot of people are talking about a technology that they don't understand. So if I am government, my first job is to make you understand this, starting from primary schools all the way up, right? And I think that's what I would be doing, really investing in AI talent. Infrastructure is what I would tell them, go invest in AI infrastructure, be self-sufficient. This is going to be, in my mind, what will make you distinguish between two countries. This and quantum computing, of course. So.
How are we doing on time? Okay, well, wonderful. I want to thank Fabio and Prakhar. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you.
So we're going to take a break for lunch now. For those of you online, we're starting again in 55 minutes at 1:20 Eastern time.
spot them, and I'll let the group introduce themselves briefly, but our topic is about AI manufacturing. So Ness, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about your background and what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm Ness Schroff. I'm at the Ohio State University. Oh, Mike.
Yes.
Is that better? Yeah? Okay. All right. I'm Ness Schroff, and I'm a professor of electrical and computer engineering as well as computer science and engineering at the Ohio State University. My research interests are in telecommunication networks and for the last decade or so in artificial intelligence. I lead one of these National Science Foundation AI institutes that's led by Ohio State. And the goal of that institute is to develop, AI technology for designing future generation wireless networks, as well as enabling distributed intelligence, so democratizing AI. That's one of our goals. I've been in this profession for quite a few years. I cut my teeth at Purdue University, where I was there for 13 years before moving to Ohio State, and I've been there for about 16 years. And with that, pass it over to you.
Matt?
So my name's Matt Wilding. I work with United States Steel, so I'm the co-lead for our Digital and Artificial Intelligence program. So my background is actually in chemistry. So I was a classically trained chemist, worked at the Department of Energy for a while, and wanted to work for solutions that were a little bit closer to the end consumer than, working a little bit more set back from that in academia or working for a governmental organization. So did some time in management consulting and then landed at U.S. Steel, where I've led successive digital transformations kind of different areas of our business. So starting in people analytics, then growing that into thinking more about talent acquisition, recruiting, visa programs. How do you do those things in a manner that's digitally enabled and is actually making intelligent decisions? So thinking a lot, kind of borrowing from the earlier topics around bias in AI. How do we make sure that's not being pulled into our selection processes? And then currently, again, leading the actual global initiative for United States Steel around digital and artificial intelligence.
And we'll go to Shervin. Even though you just heard from Shervin, some people may have joined the live stream here. So Shervin.
Hi, Shervin Kodobande. I'm a senior partner with Boston Consulting Group and one of the leaders of our AI business. Many of you might have heard of BCG as a strategy company. You might not know that we do a fair amount of AI work, both in terms of strategy and design, but also in terms of building solutions and implementing them. And so that's been a lot of my focus over the last, I would say, 2 decades, is helping companies devise an AI strategy, helping them build AI solutions and tools and putting them in production and managing the change and the enablement and the transformation. Very happy to be part of this conversation.
All right, so manufacturing, nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It's just processes, it's machines running. Prove me wrong. Matt.
Could not be farther from the truth. So I'll start there. You told me to be adversarial, so I've prepared. So we've talked a lot today in the earlier panels, but for folks who are just joining us now, one of the topics that we've talked about is introducing new processes with artificial intelligence versus reimagining processes that are already out there. And there aren't more process-heavy organizations than manufacturers. Everything we're doing is starting with the raw material, it's starting with energy, we're consuming that to convert it into some sort of work in progress that's then a finished good that goes to our end consumer. And so along every one of those potential steps where we are either touching the product, touching the consumer, or touching our customers, you actually are making decisions that are very, very data enabled, right? Because all of our equipment is recording information so that we can actually produce within good tolerances, with good quality, with good yield. And so we've got a plethora of data that actually gives us a really great, rich platform to be one of the first movers in pulling some of this information forward. And the risk profile, we heard from folks who are in healthcare this morning. Again, the risk profile is a little bit easier when we're making decisions on yield or production than if we are actually making decisions on diagnosis of a disease in a clinical setting.
But perhaps a little more pressure, and we can come back to that. But you mentioned data. Ness, I know that you've thought a lot about how you get good quality data from lots of different places at the same time, and that seems like the core of what Matt was just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very, very important. So, you know, in the previous session, we talked about bias in data, and clearly there is bias in data. There's also, you know, the notion of garbage in, garbage out. So you have to be very judicious in how you sample the data. Sometimes there is just an overwhelming amount of data. Sometimes there's not enough data. And so, especially if you are, you know, developing solutions that need to handle rare events, need to be, you know, able to sort of, you know, work in non-typical environments, then you need to ensure that you've sampled enough of that data and use it in your model versus just having sort of the regular data that happens. So there is a whole field of important sampling which deals specifically in how you sample the data so that you can get outcomes that are efficient, fair, equitable, etc.
That seems like it works pretty well once you have all the data. I mean, all these things, models we've talked about require tons of data, but almost all these projects probably start as small pilots. How do you go from small pilots, which have small data, to these big projects? And I'm going to look at you, Shervin, because I know that you have a ton of experience of pulling small projects to big projects.
Well, I happen to also have been a chemical engineer.
We have three
you
chemistry folks on
you mentioned
the
chemistry, chemical engineering, and so I go back to when I was in academia and we learned about engineering formulas and science and physics and heat exchange and fluid mechanics and all those things that work to basically model a plant or a production. And then when I worked for a while as an engineer, my job was to go and, you know, had a small sort of piece of that process that was mine around some chemical reaction that I had to optimize. So you have these set points that you set, the pressure or the temperature or the flow or the mix of reagents. And so I felt very confident doing that because I learned the formulas, I knew the engineering tables, I could go to the handbooks and do that. I think what our colleagues here are talking about is that the game has changed. And now you have so much more data that those formulas often are an approximation of reality, what happens inside these reactors and reagents and all that, right? So that's where the AI has the power to really optimize set points or yield or, you know, the whole economics of something. The challenge is that, like I was and like my boss was as an engineer, these operators have tremendous amount of pride in what they do. They have a ton of experience because they've been doing it. And you can argue they're not wrong because they're not basing it on gut feel, like, for example, a retailer might or a loan officer might. Not that they do, but I'm saying there was a time where you could say, okay, you're going by gut feel, you don't have data. These guys are scientists and engineers, and they have years of training. So, you know, you asked pilot to production. I think it starts with realizing that manufacturing or chemical process is a big deal. People, operators have a tremendous amount of pride. They know what they're doing. You need to help them get better. They also have the incentive and the motivation to do better. And so I would say start with them in the loop, understand the process, understand what they're trying to optimize, understand what they're measuring, understand how they're making decisions, and show them what AI could do to get more yield or less reagents or more throughput or whatever it is they're trying to optimize. And I think the benefit that a data scientist or an AI leader has in this space is that you can actually build some causal models. I think in retail, it would be really hard to say, I did this because of this particular advertising. There's so many other halo effects.
So many,
right?
so many variables out there.
So many variables. In engineering, you're measuring, you could see the outcome. You change something, you could see the outcome. So the ability to build causal models so that there's no perception that these are just mere correlations is actually quite high. So short answer, I mean, it's long answer already, but my point is understand what they're going through, start them in the process from day one, You have the benefit of being able to show what AI could do. Let them be skeptical of it and push back, adapt, and then also give them the ability to override it so it's not a black box. I think when you do a pilot this way, slowly they'll see before and after, and it will begin to change the hearts and minds of themselves and their colleagues.
I like the phrase, let them be skeptics. Keep going.
I wanted to just add a couple of things. I completely agree that domain knowledge is integral to having very, very good solutions with AI. But I think oftentimes when we sort of, talk about AI, we talk about it like a monolith, like it's one thing. Right? But in fact, it is not, right? So there are, for example, a lot of control systems in manufacturing processes or in communication networks, et cetera, where you are making decisions on the fly. So you're using whatever data that you have and you're making decisions. That's called online learning. That's very, very different, for example, than using a huge neural network that you train for many, many days or months or whatever, and come up with a solution. So I think what you have to do is you have to develop solutions that are appropriate for the data that you have and appropriate for the dynamics that you want to study or analyze or control, right? So in the case of these online mechanisms, what you have is you have data that's coming in and you need to develop appropriate solutions that can, in real time, give you the right output, the right control mechanisms in order to sort of maximize whatever objective function you have in mind.
Yeah, but to push back on that slightly, I use the word appropriate several times and the word right. I don't think anyone is going to argue for doing an inappropriate process or doing the wrong thing. How do you, and I'm going to push towards maybe Matt, because I know you've got, this is taking a twist here. We started off talking about manufacturing and processes, and suddenly we've slipped over into organizational learning somehow. And I think that's a beautiful transition that's happened here. Matt, I know you've got some recent work exactly about that at US Steel, which isn't what we would naturally expect, I think.
Yeah, so we've U.S. Steel is one of the longest standing companies in the United States. So we were the first publicly listed on the stock exchange. So you might not expect to hear us synonymous with artificial intelligence, with Google Cloud, with pushing this forward. But really the stance we've taken, and we alluded to it earlier, was AI has to be in service of something. So in an earlier panel, someone said, what might you say to a minister of technology? Mm-hmm. And the answer is that AI is in service of something. It is a tool. It's not an object in and of itself. And so the reason I say that is, when you think about a business and transformation, manufacturing is a great place for that, right? Because we're always having to reinvent ourselves, come up with new products, new ways. We're depleting natural resources, finding ways around it, and new material science challenges. And what is really critical in doing all of that, which kind of builds to U.S. Steel's intersection here, is finding ways to put innovative solutions in front of your customers using the same manufacturing base and tools that you've got at your disposal. Right, so the average age of the U.S. manufacturing base, our assets, is over 10 years old. In primary metals and manufacturing, it's over 20 years old. So we talk about trying to gather data, pull that information together. Even with the best laid plans to do that, you're controlling technology that's 20 years old before cell phones were, really as ubiquitous as they are today. So what U.S. Steel's been working to do is we found the right partner to work with. So we've been working with Google Cloud and piloting different AI solutions. So, we've talked about different flavors of AI too. So generative AI, custom AI, traditional AI. So we've actually recently released in a press release a few months ago our first generative AI application for the industrial U.S. sector, which we call MindMind. And it essentially is digitized our production manuals, our repair manuals, the S&OPs that we use for that. So now our technicians that, previously would have been, unfolding these like multi-panel paper documents can ask in real time, the blinker is out on my truck. How do I repair it? And you really begin to see that, instrument uptime or that equipment uptime come up. And then what I think folks may not appreciate from that, now I'll stop talking in a second, but folks may not appreciate is when you can do more work as a manufacturer, when you can be more efficient, you consume less resources, less energy, and less labor intensity, so you're actually greener and more sustainable for being able to do that. So in terms of how AI can serve your mission for manufacturers, it's really around being innovative, but also thinking about your sustainability initiatives and how you want to continue to operate the assets you have today to the best of your ability.
But how does that work in terms of, I mean, for example, Ness, you mentioned learning and getting feedback, and you mentioned, things that are 10 or 20 or 30 years old. How do you build that learning that Shervin was talking about back into the process? I mean, how does that process look? I'm not sure who to ask that to. Everybody. Like, how do you get that feedback? We'll point to you, Shervin.
You seem like the expert.
I mean, you got to start small, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to pick a process. I think, Nesh, you made a good point. You also have to figure out what problem you're solving and what are the practicalities of this problem you're solving and how many other, sub-processes and, upstream and downstream things it affects so that you're not doing it in a silo. I mean, it all has to connect together. And I think compared to other industries, that connectivity is super important because, like, if you have a production line that's doing something to then be used somewhere else, and if this one is not working and you find out midway, then the other one has to stop because it's using the improper material or not the well-cooked item or whatever it is. And the cost of production line going down is massive. So you got to sort of totally agree and resonate with that. This is not a problem that could be solved in a silo, but you also have to start small and have a path on how do you bring the operators along the way. So I alluded to that. They have the right incentive. AI has the right incentive if it's designed right. That human plus AI will make everybody happier there. So make sure they're in the loop. Do it for a small plant. If it's, let's say, mining or some ore extraction or something, okay. I mean, most companies don't have just one. They have tens or hundreds of those. So do it for one. Show how it works upstream, downstream. Now you've got a playbook. Now you could scale it. Also, I would say maybe those AI formulas don't exactly scale because maybe you have a 5-stage process somewhere and a 3-stage process somewhere else. So it's not necessarily you swap one for the other. But the playbook for that organizational learning, for the connectivity, for how fast you go from POC to pilot could then evolve. So that's, I guess, my brute force answer to that is you start small, you measure your success, you move on.
So I see a horizontal and a vertical dimension because I'm business school, so I have to have everything in a 2x2 matrix. So I have to think in 2x2s. What you just described was one approach would be go incredibly deep down one silo and get it all super AI'd up, and then pick a different process and go super AI there. Or a different process would be go a little bit on each process to improve them all. Another process, take another pass through them all and keep them in sync. Which way works?
So, I mean, I can speak of what we do.
Mm-hmm.
So in our institute, we actually follow your model somewhat because the point is that, we are building for the next 10 years, next 20 years, right? So we are developing, the AI tools for wireless networks that are going to still be built. And so what happens is that we want to understand, how to develop new models that can improve efficiency in a significant way at a small level first. And so one of the things that we have found, and this relates back to your earlier question, is that simply applying off-the-shelf components, off-the-shelf AI, to solve problems that we already have a pretty good idea of how to solve using traditional techniques often doesn't work. So what you have to do is you actually have to build new foundational AI in order to solve these problems. So this is not just using, AI that's available now, but actually building AI that can deal with these complex systems.
Like, what's an example of that? I'm having trouble.
Oh yeah. So for example, let's say that you want to figure out how to say do congestion control in a network. So if all of you use the internet, we have reasonably good tools of how to manage congestion control. If you just use a traditional AI algorithm and put it there, it works worse than what you would have using all the knowledge that we've accumulated over the last 30, 40 years in dealing with these systems. So what you have to do is you have to develop the AI that can appropriately model the dynamics of this complex system, appropriately understand how to characterize the constraints that are part of the system, and then you can get the orders of magnitude improvement. So these improvements could be in terms of having bandwidths that are much higher than we have right now, or the delays are much lower, so that you can have very fast action happening, say in an autonomous driving application, right? But in order to do that, you really need a fundamental change in the technology. Just using the technology that we have right now won't work. And this sort of goes back to the domain knowledge, the physics. You need to understand the physical system that you're trying to model and then be able to develop the AI in order to solve that problem.
So you're describing that AI can be much worse at first.
It could certainly be.
Right, that you've got a history of a giant way of doing a process and you're going to introduce AI tools into it and it's not going to do as well. Okay, how do you overcome that? That I can see a lot of backlash amongst a bunch of workers who then say, "Oh no, these newfangled stuff doesn't work."
Well, I mean, so Feynman made the argument. I'm assuming all of you know Richard Feynman, the famous physicist, right? He said, it doesn't matter how good your theory is, it doesn't matter how clever your idea is. In the end, if the damn thing doesn't work, it
but if
doesn't
the damn
work.
thing doesn't work in short term versus long term, I think there's the crux.
But that's why you need to develop the appropriate technique that not only makes it work, but makes it work better than it does now. So you need to ensure that at a baseline, the AI is doing better than what you would without the AI.
So Matt, when you introduced this generative process, did it perform better than people were doing?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to answer with "it depends," which is the answer everybody's famous for giving. So if you've got an individual who's been working with us for 15 years, 20 years, they know that manual like the back of their hand. They may not even reference the manual when they're going out to the field to make a repair. So the way we think about that, kind of tying into that, it's been shared in our experience as well, is that when we have these types of tools where we've captured the domain knowledge, we're thinking about what are those actual deterministic models that you can put together, or you capture the domain knowledge in a generative AI system. What it helps is to even out performance and to bring people up to speed more quickly. So when you've got a person who's just transferring onto your maintenance team for the first time, they've never cracked open that manual before, they will see a huge performance gain from being able to go in the same way we can to, ChatGPT into Bard, ask a question and get a response. But if, you're thinking about the 30-year veteran who knows it like the back of their hand, no, the gains will be relatively modest when you think about that, which for us can become really challenging because we haven't really talked about talent in manufacturing, the challenges that are facing manufacturers today, and it's that trade schools are not as popular as they have been in the past. The traditional skills that are out there to keep manufacturers running, machinists, welders, they're really hard to come by nowadays. And so really the name of the game for a lot of manufacturers is getting folks up to speed, trained quickly, and being able to facilitate and even out the performance in folks who are executing those tasks. Because the domain expertise is there. You've got really talented teams, and hopefully you do. You've been operating for a while. But you've got really great teams. It's how do you make sure that information gets really easily into the hands of the newer folks or the folks who are a little bit less sure about whatever process or model that they're trying to work through.
Yeah, I think it's a super important point, Matt, and a good, I would say, also pivot that at least the overtone from the conversation for me was, when is AI going to beat the human? And it doesn't need to, right? It doesn't need to be binary. And I think and I think that's why you're saying it depends, because I mean, you could imagine all you need is AI plus human to do better than either one of them on their own. And like in your example, Matt, yes, if I'm a veteran of something and I know the manuals by heart, I probably don't need it. But if the new guy is going to come and ask me, well, A, he's not going to ask me, so I get my efficiency. B, the manual itself might be wrong. Because like, in this specific, use case of knowledge, like I've seen in my work, there's been multiple SNOPs that have been incongruent because they were revisions or written in different times, and that might be confusion to people. So I just think that the frame of this is AI helpful or hurtful? And then, of course, depending on use case, you might have a very, very low risk tolerance where you tread carefully, or in other places you might have a lot more tolerance, and so I just feel like it is very well said that it depends on the use case, and it also depends on what you're measuring, and that measurement doesn't have to be we have to replace every single engineer with AI. It's that engineer plus AI could be more.
I like it depends, because it depends means it's hard for us. If it didn't depend, we just haven't answered. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to add to that. We think about how AI, I like that kind of analogy of thinking just AI plus human has to be better than either independently. And why some of the newer technology coming online, so the generative AI is helpful for us, is even evening out differences in forms of communication. So we saw that really early on as, we've digitized these manuals, we feel so intelligent, we feel great about ourselves, the digital team's high-fiving, and then you have the team that's on the ground asking questions, and the model can't perform because the colloquial language that they use to refer to some particular piece of equipment, in this case it was called the dog bone. And so we're trying to run through the manual, the data science team in the background is like, where's the dog bone? I can't find it. And we can't verify that the model's wrong. It's that for them, dog bone is a tie rod, and that's the language that group had used for 50 plus years. And so that's been another huge benefit for us, is being able to have folks understand problems. And that's actually been, rather than a hindrance for us, it's actually been really helpful to have the different groups from across our sites understand what those differences are and what the commonalities are.
I like that point. I don't know what a tie rod or a dog bone is.
I still don't either. I don't.
Maybe we'll have to ask. Maybe I can press the Ask Siri button in my pocket here while we're talking. One thing I think about that though is that you have this person with 30 years experience that they know the manual. How do you get that person in 30 years from now? Like, if the generative models have helped these people come on without knowing the manual, is that a problem? And I don't know that it is, because I'm guessing nobody here got here by navigating the stars or using a sextant, right? We use a GPS, and that's okay. I don't know who can drive a manual transmission car. Okay, well maybe that's probably. Do you still? The point is that maybe that's not a skill we needed to carry over. But I'm guessing in this context there may be some tacit skills that we do need to carry over. How do we maintain those then in this scenario? That's too much of a pressure for you, I know, but that's what I was thinking.
I think the earlier panel, right, sort of answered part of this question, which is that I think we are always going to need specialists. We are always going to need folks who, understand how the domain works, understand how the how the AI works with respect to the domain. So we are going to need, these researchers, these scientists, and so on. But I think
how do we get them though?
Well, you need to continually, train them, right? So there has to be a process of training. There has to be there has to be a process of learning, ongoing learning. You need to sort of have either in-house facilities if you have a large firm, or you basically go to, academia or otherwise in order for people to get that expertise. But the way I look at it is that the value of AI, will become more like what you were referring to, which is sort of, it becomes an additional tool that you use, right? So, for example, right, if I'm, if I want to sort of, come up with, let's say,
a presentation about something, right? In the future, I can imagine the equivalent of ChatGPT. You want to say, hey, I want to come up with a presentation on topic X. And you input it in, and it kind of gives you, a rough model. And then, you realize that that's not enough for that talk, and then you kind of dig into it. And
that's the present, by the way.
That's all my students right now.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that you can. You're right. But even now, right, or in the future, I suspect what you're going to need to do is you're still going to need to, dig into the knowledge base. You're still going to need to tweak it. You're still going to need to make sure that the information is correct, etc. But it does give you a head start, right, in a lot of things. So coding is one example where a lot of my postdoctoral researchers use AI right now. Certainly helps them accelerate the process, but doesn't solve their problem.
If I may, I'd like to build on what Nesh you're saying. There's future and then there's like near future, right? So 10 years from now, we may not know what happens, but it is a fact that, like in the use case you just talked about, Matt, right? There's no way that use case, even at like 100% effectiveness, is going to replace anyone, because these people have a job. Like they have to do something. They need to refer to a manual. Maybe that's a couple of hours a day. They need to then summarize what they did. They need to write case summaries or reports or incident reports. So like if you think about how much of really non-cerebral work is being done there, that AI could, or non-cerebral is not the right word, non-essential work is being done that AI can replace, so that that operator, that engineer can focus on the part of that job that he or she is needed for right now. And then maybe 10 years from now, if AI is going to even start encroaching on those, then I think, as Prakhar said in the prior talent, I mean, our history has been, with technology, we've always gone up one notch above, right? We've never stayed. So I'm hopeful that will be our...
And we all have things in our job right now that we don't want to do. I think we can all think about, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm sitting on that I wish I was not spending time on, that's, I think it's beneath my beautiful intellect or whatever. I'm sure I could have said that more less egotistically, but Matt, like, and these are complicated things, and how do you figure out the cost benefit of something like this? We have this potential generative model that we can use that might improve our process at some undetermined point in the future, spend some dollars right now to do it. How are you justifying that? How does that work?
So that's one of the, I think, more challenging issues that we're facing right now, is how do you get funds now for experimental work? I think, again, another section talked about it, that you don't know that value will firmly move to the P&L. You don't know that you'll see it in the bottom line, and you can't guarantee that this is 100% return on investment. And so what I would encourage folks to do is to think about a few things, which is, where is your organization? We were talking about it a little bit earlier, but we didn't use the phrase in your operational excellence journey, right? Most firms have been operating for many years. We have domain knowledge. We have very skilled experts who've been working through solving our challenges. So the issue is that off-the-shelf AI may not be able to outsmart 20 years of what we've paid people full-time jobs to do, and it may not. And so I think being very clear about where you sit in that journey, if you're very mature in your OpEx journey and we're now solving the next generation of problems, AI may not have this order of magnitude impact that you're looking for until you start to get some of that basic foundation laid, as we were talking about earlier. I think the other two components I would encourage folks to think about is, one, the newness of the technology you're using. So some technology that you've got plenty of use cases to be able to say, when other clients of our size have used this, we anticipate this type of result, and that always makes us feel better, or an investor feels better about giving funding. But generative AI doesn't necessarily have that luxury yet. There aren't many manufacturers who can say, this is exactly the value I've derived from this type of partnership or this type of engagement. And I think being very upfront about that and understanding that in today's day and age, we've talked about it a little bit, but I'd put a really blunt edge on it and say, if you want to innovate, you have to act like an innovation company. You know, we're past the point where you can find a partner to do it for you. You actually have to think differently about, you know, being almost an incubator for your own technology. And that is problematic for a lot of long-running manufacturers because now there's risk. And maybe 50% of your projects aren't going to come to fruition. And that gives me heartburn as a finance lead. I don't want that. I want them all to work through. And so it's just really shifting your mind frame. But the last I'd say, and kind of what has been our kind of pilot as we force through this, is really trying to keep it simple. So we have a habit, maybe it's just, you know, the academic in us all apparently, is, you know, really wanting to pad the value with as many possible levers of value drivers that we can do so that anyone who tries to argue about the value is going to, you know, come up short. And we've actually taken a completely different approach and say, what is the one thing that you are trying to accomplish? Is it a change in yield at this one asset? We're not going to look at anything else. We won't talk about energy gains, labor gains, productivity, efficiency. We won't look at any of those. I'm going to focus just on this one particular thing that we're looking at. And I think if you keep those three things in mind, that helps you put better cost benefit associated with it. Is know your own maturity, know the maturity of the technology you're looking for, and accept that risk profile. But keep it simple. Know what you're trying to solve, and don't overcomplicate it.
Can I just add something? I am also not sure that cost benefit is necessarily the right framing for all of it, right? There are, if you're talking about hundreds of millions going to redesigning processes and re-engineering or reimagining processes, yes. But if you're talking about small pilots to understand what's possible, let's say with Gen AI, it feels like some of those things are a bit of, we're trying to get too smart about the cost benefit and at the cost of inaction. And I just think about like maybe the internet boom, right? In 2000, there were many companies that said, why do we need a website? Like, what is e-commerce? Like, this is the most ridiculous thing. And nobody could do a cost benefit. But there was a price that the late adopters had to pay because they just missed 2-3 years of learning.
That seems big. Actually, the organization, I don't want to point fingers, United Nations, that I worked for at the time was, hey, don't use the internet, or you have to have permission to use the internet. And I think that dates me, but I wonder if that's the analogy to some of the current AI tools. But I can see the other side, which is you can't chase every single tool that's out there. So how do you figure out which ones to chase a little bit and which ones not to chase?
Well, you're looking at me, so
I'm not looking at you.
Look, I mean, I think there's a portfolio, right? There is let's start from where traditional AI, predictive AI, optimization can dramatically improve yield and performance and safety and all those things. And there's many of those. Then let's think about, okay, next generation things where you're talking about across the plant, you know, bringing in all kinds of IoT, automation, AI all together. That's sort of maybe your moonshots. And then you have the things that you're experimenting with, like Gen AI. And so you do have a portfolio and you manage it like a portfolio, but there is many, I would say, for many manufacturers and you know, mining and extraction and sort of these kinds of facilities, there's many use cases of AI that have been proven. And if you go through the implementation cycle that our colleagues talked about with the design in mind and bringing everybody along and all that kind of stuff, you're going to get value. So you can also start from, you know, what you want. I mean, Matt said, like, let's have a clear objective. Do we want to improve our profitability by 100 million next year? Let's focus on this. Do we want to be innovators? Let's do that. Do we want to do a little bit of both? Let's have a portfolio.
All right, so I think we probably have time for people to ask questions. But as people are thinking about questions, I want to note how often we've heard the phrase traditional AI today. I think that's kind of an amazing thing. Here we are in 2023 talking about, oh, traditional AI. I think that over a few years we would not have had that. Are there people who have, go ahead, actually, do you want to snark on my snark?
Yeah, I do, because AI has been around for a while. Right. So I mean, you know,
there was this Dartmouth conference, which a lot of people,
1956,
1956, right? And so it's, and there was, before that, Turing came up with the imitation game. And,
right, okay,
so
it's okay to say traditional.
Yeah,
then.
I think
that's a valid word. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Alessandro Barattieri here at the World Bank. A couple of questions. The first one was about more examples. So as you mentioned, one very interesting about the digitalization of the codes. But what about other examples where you can really see a business case where you improve productivity with that? And anonymously, where you saw failures. So where you saw failures, not necessarily in a specific firm. So maybe under anonymity, when we see failure, what are the factors that determine those failures? And the second question is about skills. We spoke about a lot about skills in the sense of the talent that we need at the top or the future talent. Do you need to retrain them? Is a problem? Are they super happy of learning new technologies, or they are against it? So how it's play out with the current workforce?
So I'd say for the first question, thinking about other examples, we talked about how AI has to be in service of something. You've got to have a goal, a KPI, an objective that you're going after. And for a lot of manufacturers, it really is safety first, right? That is the thing that we want to uphold more than anything else. And so I'll give what I think is a really cool example that in most manufacturing sites, you're going to have high voltage areas that require very particular personal protective equipment, or PPE. So in addition to wearing what you'd have to wear to work in the mill, now you've got additional protective equipment you've got to strap on before you can begin working. And this is a great example of where something like artificial intelligence through a vision AI system can help, because you can have a camera pointed at a particular area in a facility. The person's face is not able to be seen because they're wearing their protective equipment, so we're not really concerned about their privacy in that particular instance. But what you can do is identify, are they wearing the right protective equipment to even be allowed in this area to begin doing some of that operational equipment. So we're talking about how do you value this. I'd kind of add to that and say, how do you value being able to stop a safety incident or something like that, because you have, in addition to your existing protocols, you've got a camera with eyes on whatever you're kind of taking a look at. So I think that to me is something that I think is a very cool example that is probably pretty broadly applicable for folks. I'll answer where I've seen some failures and then pass it off to the other folks. I think where we have seen failure, or where I have seen failure, I won't even say for us, for the industry, where I have seen.
You have a friend.
No, I know a guy, and really it's when two things don't happen. One, you don't understand. We've talked about it already. The constraints of the system you're operating against. If classic statistics, we're talking about traditional AI, but statistics is even older. There are ways, based on the data that you've got today, to know how theoretically accurate you can be. Never endeavor to start a project if that level of accuracy is not sufficient to do what you need. If that is less accurate than you are today, and I have seen projects fail for that reason, that the data was not sufficient to support accuracy of whatever it is that we were looking for. And then the other element is the change management, which we've talked about nonstop, right? I'm personally not going to be sitting in the pulpit of one of our cranes operating things because I dropped one coil of steel and I've just erased tens of millions from my budget because now I have to pay for it. So you've got folks out there who have been operating these pieces of equipment for a very long period of time. They've got a lot of skill, a lot of domain expertise, and you have to meet them where they are. You have to have them tell you where they need support. And that kind of goes to like a gaps and opportunities analysis too. Like they will communicate to you what's difficult, what's problematic. They'll tell you how they want to interact with you, how they want to interact with your system. And when you don't follow that process, when you give them something they don't want, which we love to create, and so it's sometimes you forget that you don't need to serve a gourmet meal, you're just looking to serve like a snack for a 5-year-old, right? I think that's when I've seen other projects go down. So I'd say number one is when you don't have sufficient data and you're not going to be able to bring that up and you go on a fool's errand. And then the second would be if you don't take change management seriously and respect the folks who are actually going to be using your solution.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you so much. This has been super interesting. This is Ana Cristina Soria with the World Bank. I have two very quick questions. The first one is, what would you say is the main barrier to the adoption of AI tools in manufacturing in general? And also, I'm trying to get a sense of just how widespread this is. It seems like it's something that big poly companies are thinking about and at the cutting edge of their technologies. But I'm thinking, how can we democratize this, make it more available for maybe smaller firms, medium-sized firms, firms in developing countries? Thank you.
So I'm not part of the manufacturing ecosystem, so I'll take the second question. A lot of the effort that we do in our institute is actually focused on democratizing AI. So the idea is that right now, if you want to run a complex AI algorithm, you need the resources of very, very high performance computing clusters, the Microsofts, the Googles of the world. And that's a resource that's available to not everyone. One of our missions is to see how we can use distributed resources, like the resources that you might have on various laptops, in an intelligent way in order to solve large-scale problems. So I think what you're going to see in the future is a lot of startups that are going to come about that are going to be focused on this domain, which is using the resources at the edge in order to solve problems like fine-tuning large language models, being able to solve reinforcement learning types of problems, meta-learning types of problems, which are sort of very useful for a variety of different tasks. But I'll leave the first question to the experts in the manufacturing sector.
So I think I don't think I've ever been called an expert of anything, so that just threw me for a loop.
Enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I love that. So I'd say, as I actually agree fully with everything you said, that the democratization is going to be really challenging. Today, someone has to pay the piper. Either I have to have a high performance computing cluster and experts who are ready to do that and deploy, or I need to pay a partner who's going to do that, or I need to find someone who can get me up to speed very quickly on that. And I think, kind of in the spirit of what can help accelerate those things, how do you bring that equity forward, is you have to be able to have partners make those offerings available to folks at a much lower cost than where we're sitting today. And some of that cost will naturally come down as the cost of computing, falls. Every time you implement, you have, 5 to 10 years before you more than half the cost of what it was to implement. But I think that's one of the big emergent needs that we're seeing, is when you've got these smaller, mid-size, or emerging starting up companies, they're actually better positioned to utilize AI because their equipment isn't 20 years old. So they can have fundamental, foundational work built into them. But really it's going to come down to, can we support or identify or stand up partners who will be able to help partner with those folks at a discounted cost to be able to bring that equity into some of the other areas that we've got.
A slightly different take, which is a little glib, is that, so I teach a class in machine learning and I have students, and in the course of one class session we can take an image classification problem and we can have performance at the level that would have won the contest for that image classification problem 5 years ago. And that's mostly because I'm an awesome teacher, but really because the tools are open and available, and the processing power that's available on these edge devices and small devices. That's not what the leaders are doing right now, but we don't, not everybody has to be leading on everything. And so a glib answer is that I think technology, this rate of progress that Matt mentioned, is big. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, you had the second example of humility, which is to know oneself. The good things too. The question I have, I'm Billy May from Georgetown University. The question I have is, when does in this whole innovation thing, and it is innovative for some firms to be implementing AI, when does it make more sense to be the early leader or the fast follower? So for example, the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse to the trap gets the cheese.
I love it when those axioms work, and look before you leap, and he who hesitates is lost. I mean, I love it when when we.
I mean, you're posing such a great, I would say, existential question that I think goes beyond the sector of manufacturing, and I think history is full of examples where somebody was either the bird or the mouse, and I think this is where strategy is really important. I would also say, like, Matt, you talked about simplicity. So I tell you a simple rule for me when I'm advising my clients is, I was as a close colleague of mine a while ago said, look, think of it as circles of fire. And how many circles of fire do you have to jump through for this thing to work? Now, that could be, I mean, you talked about two of them. One was data. Next, you talked about the technology and the whole ecosystem and all that. So maybe that's the second one. And I would say the third is the change management, right? So if the worm or the cheese requires you to jump through all three circles, because I think you give the answer also yourself, which is know thyself, right? So if you're sitting back and you're saying, I know myself, I maybe can jump through one circle, but I cannot do two. So that tells you want to wait for the mouse. If the answer is, you know what, I know exactly what I'm doing. I've always caught the worm first because I know how to jump these three circles, or maybe two of them I know because I've caught so many worms before, and this last one I could do, then you go for it. But I think the answer is, how big is the worm or the cheese? How many circles you have to jump? And can you jump them?
I've worked with Shervin for 5 years, and this is why I like to work with Shervin. That's a great answer. Sorry, parenthetical comment. Keep going.
You had a comment earlier that it's brilliant, and it fits here too. That it's not one size fits all, right? You're coming up with a portfolio approach. You've got some emerging technology in your portfolio. You've got some very mature. You've got some that's kind of mid, and that's, I think, how you would think about whether you need to be a fast adopter or whether you need to be a second mover. Is what do you need to excel at? What do you need to be okay at? And what does it not really matter if you're any more than acceptable? And I think if you know that you need to be excellent at something and that is key to your strategic goals that you're going after as an organization, then you need to be first.
Do you really need the worm or the cheese?
Right.
Or is that the big enough piece of cheese? Right?
Actually, that's a nice way of thinking about it too, because if you think about sort of the world of possibilities here, having the most awesome AI do your invoices is probably not competitive advantage, right? I mean, Matt, we didn't really get into this, and I know you meant to, but there's a difference between manufacturing organizations can work. There's a lot of AI that you can use that's not particularly manufacturing oriented, and that's a sort of a different category there. But it may be that chasing these novelty for the sake of novelty is not competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if people really knew the answer to this question, we would all be billionaires, right? I mean, so I think this is a very, very difficult question in general to answer. But I guess if the value proposition of your solution is such that you can make substantial improvements, and it is something that is going to be adopted on a wide scale, right? So there is a good sense that this is something which has legs. Then I think being the early bird makes a lot of sense, right? On the other hand, if you're a little bit unsure, then you might want to be the mouse and wait around, to see what happens, right? So I guess that would sort of be my answer. But I honestly, I don't think that anyone really has a very, very good answer to this question. Yeah.
Well, it depends is a nice answer, because it depends on what the humans here are still good at. Other questions from the group? Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi, my name's Nick Zolas. I'm from the U.S. Census Bureau. So equality or inequality has been sort of like a recurring theme today. And so there's this sort of strand in the literature now documenting this rise in intra-industry inequality. So this sort of winner takes all, rising concentration of superstar firms, for instance. And so a lot of the talk today has been, discussing how, firms, large firms in particular, are able to sort of scale this technology to benefit the most from this technology, whereas these smaller firms, on the one hand, they have access to more sort of computing power, packages that are available for them, and so I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on whether or not AI is sort of going to exacerbate this issue of sort of, that the winners are going to get even larger and sort of dominate everything, and or if there's going to be some sort of equalizing effect that you can see.
Exacerbate. Go ahead.
I mean,
there's a great telecom example. On
yeah,
that,
yeah.
Right?
I think there is, there is a danger that some of this will have the effect that you suggested. But on the other hand, as I was describing, there are efforts to democratize AI. There are also sort of large-scale investments that are being made by the U.S. government and other governments that will also, help provide some of the resources that companies and individuals need to sort of survive in this marketplace and thrive. I would sort of just make one additional comment, which is that when we push our regulators to come up with regulation, they should do it in a way in which this regulation is not something that's only easy for large companies to satisfy, but rather it is regulation that enables the smaller companies to compete in the marketplace. So I think that, oftentimes, when people are thinking about AI, they're worried about all of the bad things that can happen with AI, and so let's put regulations in. But the flip side of that is that in a certain sense may worsen the monopolistic scenarios that you are talking about, because it's only the very large companies then that will be able to satisfy these regulatory requirements. So this is something that one has to be very, very aware of to ensure that there's a competitive playing field.
Yeah, maybe just synthesize the last two questions. If you think about the fast follower question and the winner take all question, those are almost at odds. If it takes tremendous resources to lead and someone can quickly catch up, then that points to a leveling mechanism, I think. If it's such that leading puts you inescapably ahead, then that's a completely different mechanism. And somehow I can hold both of those ideas in my head at the same time.
I think the question, if I understood it correctly, was related to resources. So for example, if a large company has tremendous resources and in a certain sense can develop AI technology because of that tremendous resources, then they already have a tremendous leg up on these smaller organizations.
And it goes to your data point too, because data is the resource that I think, one of the big resources that we're talking about, and if that data collection gets accelerated, it may not be something that anyone can catch up. All right, I think we're good here. I think we're kind of at time here. This is I really appreciate the panel coming and talking today. Some really good examples, and I think they highlight issues not just in manufacturing, but issues really at all industries. And thank you for your time. Good. And I think we have a 10. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to remind everybody that we'll be back in the room in 20 minutes for the last and final session, which is the roundtable, how we can better measure AI diffusion and its impacts within firms, and how can policy help firms fully benefit from the technology. Thank you very much.
feel like Cesar Flickerman there for a second. No, thank you for sticking around. This is our last session, and it promises to be a good one. And it's incumbent upon our panelists to keep it entertaining and motivating and people awake. So we'll start off with some quick introductions. We'll go down the list. Olivia, start off. Tell us a bit about who you are and your background.
Hi, I'm Olivia Buckway-Curry. I lead political and congressional affairs for Amazon Web Services, and I also lead our AI federal policy. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Olivia Buckway-Curry. I lead political and congressional affairs for Amazon Web Services, and I also lead our AI federal policy.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Olis. I'm a senior economist with the Center for Economic Studies in the business research area at the U.S. Census Bureau, and I've worked on some of Census's recent efforts to generate some national statistics on technology adoption and AI adoption in the U.S.
Hi, I'm Carol Corrado. I'm a senior policy scholar at the Center for Business and Public Policy at Georgetown. I previously worked at the Conference Board and also for the Federal Reserve. And my work involved
What kind of barriers, what can we do to encourage that? What's keeping them from that? Do you have opinions?
a few. First of all, I think there's been a groundswell of interest in using AI since the release of ChatGPT in November 2022, a little over a year ago. And we found that, when I say we, the Conference Board found that in some surveys that it did in July and August, where they have a regular survey of workers and their attitudes towards work. And they did a special one that asked whether workers used AI. And what they found was that among office workers, actually 56% of the people responded that they have used primarily generative AI in their work. Among marketing professionals, the response was even higher, like close to 90%. And there they use it for, they used a mix of techniques. So this is organic, actually, because some follow-on questions revealed that most people just did this on their own. I mean, on work time, but they educated themselves and applied these open source products that they found available to them. So I found that absolutely stunning. Again, I'm not saying 90% of workers. I'm saying 90% of people who work in marketing departments. I guess that shouldn't surprise us. But the other thing is that they also, when asked about what hindered them using it more or adopting it, they also were really fearful of misinformation, which in the way, Catherine explained it this morning, it's like they're more worried about the X than the black box that generates the Y. And I could say more about that, but that's sort of what I think. I'm surprised at just how much workers are embracing the technology. This is not the policy of the firms that I'm talking about. And that's one thing that I think hasn't come up in our discussions today yet.
And that's a very unusual in that typically we think about IT systems as being something that people must be forced to use, and we have to incentivize it to use that. And this is a lot of organic use. We did a similar survey before ChatGPT, and 66% of the people said they had not used or minimally used AI. But then when we asked them, well, what about this tool, this tool, this tool? 43% of those people said, oh yeah, I use that. Like I didn't realize that counted, you know. And so I think that we have a bit of a question about use and what does it mean to use. It's not a binary yes or no in terms of using. How do we measure use? Scott, do you have a thought about how we measure use? What does use mean?
Not really.
No,
no.
I thought that was I thought that was a softball for you.
Yeah, no. So there are going to be differences. Obviously, there are differences between how companies use it and then how it changes the outputs, and those will each require different things. I'm going to sort of take the question and turn a little bit. I'll put myself in a little bit of a different position than I usually am. I usually want to talk about data and the research we're doing, and I'm also usually the annoying person who says, "Oh, anecdotes, not data." But instead, I'm going to talk about what we're doing at TPI with AI and LLMs. So we built our own LLM for use in our organization. It's public. You can go to it right now, chattpi.org. Of course, it's not going to work now when you try it.
Denial of service attack right there, DDoS.
Right. But the idea for it was lots of the issues that we deal with in policy are kind of the same over and over again, even if there are sort of new incarnations of them. One that we're dealing with right now is net neutrality. I've wrote my first thing on it in 2006. It's horrible. And I thought, wouldn't it be great if I didn't have to ever write this stuff again? And I could just ask something to write something new based on everything I've ever written. And we started there, and now we have an LLM that answers questions based only on documents from TPI. And so that's, I think shows a couple of things. First, it's a way that AI is changing the way you interact with any organization's website. And we're doing this for some other organizations too. Second, you don't really need a lot of resources to do this. We did it with one part-time, our senior programmer. And it's freed up time to do other things. And so, we can measure how we use it. We also can measure how many people outside use it. And also, I haven't tracked how much time I've saved, but I do keep a list of all the things that I do with AI. And it's a long list, which might say more about how bad, how poorly I used to manage my time, or maybe still do. But it's exciting.
I'm fantasizing about loading my syllabus into your tool and having it answer questions there. Sorry, Nicholas, tell us more about measurement.
Well, that's the key question, right? I hate to say this answer, but it depends, right? And so, I think the first place you have to kind of start is, how do we define use, right? And
that's why they don't trust me.
Yes. No worries. So the first question is how do we define use, right? And so we can think about use as being kind of like a core process of the business, right? Or a core, like a method or something that's really important to the business. But then, from what we've seen and what we've, when we've talked about this with the businesses themselves, we seem to think that a lot of these businesses use AI sort of incidentally, right? Where they're not necessarily aware that they're using AI. And that's because a lot of times businesses will sort of outsource, functions that are not part of the core process to other firms. So when they're looking to, for instance, hire somebody, they might not go through this sort of internal process, but they might use like a job site like Indeed or something that then uses AI to sort of sift through resumes, use natural language processing to identify like the perfect candidates, and then bring that person in. And so that's
Does that count?
Yeah, so the business itself has no idea that AI is being used on this particular task, but how do we measure that, right? And so like when they say, do you use AI in your business, as a yes, no, the answer is always no. And so even within existing surveys at the census, and we've had multiple years and we've asked many different types of questions over these years, we get a lot of variance in responses and adoption rates. And so, just to sort of put a little kind of benchmark in people's minds, when we look at, the national statistics of the number of firms in the US that use AI, we get something between 3 and 6%. And so that percentage is going to vary considerably depending on what our definition of AI is, what specific applications we're talking about with AI, and whether or not we're discussing specific processes or tasks on, that may or may not use AI.
So a good "it depends" answer. I sure wish we had some infrastructure in place that could help us use these tools. Tell us about the role of organizations to help people use these tools.
Yeah, so I think if you look at like cloud service providers, CSPs, it's easier for us to measure what our customers use. Like you can always see the amount of compute. You don't want to monitor your customers, but in terms of pricing or invoicing, you can see the amount of compute or storage that a customer is using, or how often they use a certain offering, if it's AI or not, or legacy AI versus generative AI. So I think as a service provider, it's easier to have that measurement. I think most of generative AI, if not all, is going to be in the cloud. And so that is an easy way if you're a hyperscaler or if you're just a respected CSP cloud service provider. That's one way of offering these tools to run efficiently and scale these tools across, internationally, domestically, across large and small businesses, individuals, etc. So having the cloud and the scalability of the cloud is a really easy way to make sure that this technology is put into the hands of everyone.
So we're going to put some technology into the hands of everyone. Nothing can go wrong there, right? Yeah. That's never gone wrong. Do we need to be regulating this in any way? Carol, I know you have some thoughts there. We're not supposed to bounce it either. So that was his drop the mic moment.
Okay. Yeah, I have some thoughts, and but I'm coming from a certain perspective, which let me just sort of state to begin with, which is I don't think we should regulate this AI technology any different than we would regulate humans doing the same thing. So I think we have a pretty good idea of what's wrong and what's right, and that's not unique to AI.
That's nice.
Number two, just as I commented on this sort of organic adoption of some AI tools by employees, one of the things that's happening sort of higher level in corporations, more at the C-suite level, is the exploitation of what is really a subfield of AI called explainable AI. And why did this come about? Well, it came about organically, not because of some regulation, but because you have people in C-suites or managers who want to harness this technology, but are used to being able to ask questions of the analysts who bring solutions to them. Like, how did you come about, choosing option A versus option B, let's just say. So, there are now sort of tools that can be embedded in traditional AI, may I use that word, that are not very surprising. I mean, they can spit out what features, of the model generated option A versus option B. They can do partial dependence plots. They can do counterfactuals. And this helps in the storytelling of of understanding just why a given prediction is made. I mean, this just shouldn't be surprising. I mean, I was a macro forecaster at the Fed for many years, and you never just said, oh, the CPI is going to be 3% next year, full stop, end of sentence. He always said why. And so that's what business decision makers want to know. And lo and behold, this kind of accountability is being, exploited through actually just variants of classic statistical tools, to tell you the truth.
I was going to say that transparency on how AI outputs is something that you will see at senior levels, but we've seen at all levels of our customers. And so you can have something called model cards, service cards, which tells you a very lay, non-technical explanation of how the AI output was measured or delivered. And I think that's something that more, lay people, not necessarily business leaders, just everyday consumers want to know. And that was, I think that really is because you can get high level behind the scenes in the C-suite, explanations, but for the everyday consumer that wants the explanation, that's when you really have to work to make sure it's available and something that's almost not categorized, but something that's required for all AI models.
If I may ask you, I mean, I described it as like another layer, between sort of the predictive technology and sort of what the user can consume.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yeah. So, like model cards and service cards are for the non-technical reader, if that makes sense, and just showing you like it's full transparency on how the AI got to that output.
And again, if you read the business press or the policy analysis sort of literature, they're all saying we must demand transparency of this technology. And, again, if you just think about it, it's like, oh, it's being built into it as we speak.
I think that while Scott's getting ready, I think that's interesting because you use the word partial dependency plots, which didn't strike me as a layperson explanation.
Yeah.
So we have to we have to see. I mean, there's clearly some who's. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So go ahead. Sorry, Scott.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's also the question of what transparency means and what it is people really want to know when you get the answer. Sometimes I don't care how it got to the answer, but I want to see its references. And that's one of the things that we put a lot of effort into in ours, that it has citations. I don't know what it did in its black box, but all that matters is that I can go and check what it did. And so I think there's some difference, and it depends on the application. And when you asked about regulation, the problem with the regulations we've seen so far, I think, is that they focus mostly on the worst possible outcomes, because we've been trained for decades to catastrophize this. I mean, it's the plot of so many awesome movies that it's hard for us to think rationally about it. And that's the executive order here, the AI Act in Europe. They're all focused on avoiding this, the worst possible thing. I'm exaggerating, but it needs to be more nuanced than that, and including thinking about ways that it can be useful even within the government. I wrote a while ago about the possibility of generative AI LLMs creating responses to government requests for comments. And right now they already get floods of automatically created responses where somebody can go to a website and click a button and it sends it in. Eventually they're going to have thousands of 20-page LLM created. And then the government's going to need its own LLM to try to go through it, right? And you don't necessarily want to ban it. I did one of those with using an LLM to create a response. We didn't submit it because it's not good enough yet. But
for the record, he did not submit it.
Right. But I think we're not. There are lots of, so I mean, these are two separate things. There are different kinds of transparency, and you want to think about what is the important thing that the user needs to know to trust the output. And the other side, the other aspect of it is regulation, and I don't think we're thinking about the costs and benefits in a rational way yet.
I think the cost and benefits is interesting because, as you note, news cycles run off of extremes, and I don't know, I hate to always pick on cars, but a lot of people are going to die in car wrecks today by human drivers, and it's not going to show up on page one. But I almost guarantee that if there's AI involved in any way, that's going to be top of the fold on whatever disaster there is. And so it feeds to that cycle of either AI is going to solve all of our problems, or AI is the worst thing in the world, and without any middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and part of the issue, I think, before any regulation can take place is that there's still like a very limited understanding of what AI does to the firm. And so like one of the immediate concerns, obviously, that's been getting a lot of press attention is that AI is going to replace jobs and lead to vast amounts of automation. And so we need to think about how workers in the future are going to get money, and, you know, what are they going to do, and substitution. And so in one of our surveys, we asked firms that adopted AI, how did this impact the workers? Did it lead to like hiring of more workers, letting go of more workers? What did it do to the composition of workers in terms of production workers versus non-production workers? And how did it impact the skill level of the workers, the average skill level of the workers? Now, granted, all of these responses are self-reported, so you can kind of take it with a grain of salt. But for the vast majority of firms, 70% of firms responded that the adoption of AI led to no change in the composition of workers, like no change at all in the number of workers or in the change in the type of workers. If there was a change, it was much more likely that the change was going to be positive, that it led to more hiring. And so that's sort of goes in line with some of the productivity enhancements that AI has led to. And then, but the biggest change that we saw was in the skill composition of those workers, that firms that did adopt AI, they trained their workers, and so they required like a slightly higher skill level than previously before they adopted AI. And so those are the sort of questions that I think we need to better understand before any sort of formal regulation can take place.
I think regulation has to be sector specific. So if we're talking about a national security regulation, that's going to be very different than labor and employment. So one, unlike the EU AI Act, I think a lot of the things that we're seeing federally are very sector specific. And then secondly, yes, we want to, the U.S. wants to be a world leader in technology, especially in AI, especially against our adversarial nations. So we do have to balance. But being a world leader doesn't mean we can't have regulation. You just need to have smart regulation that, differentiates between low and high risk AI, differentiates between sectors. But speaking of firms, there's a Boston Consulting Group study a few months ago where it talks about actually the group of consultants. These are all, Boston Consult, BCG is a great firm, and they have really high, level of workers. And the group that actually worked in conjunction with AI were the best performing. So it's actually,
And then they were immediately laid off.
Yeah. So it's actually like the human in the loop with the technology was seen to have the best output. Also, there are studies that, a workforce that doesn't have a very, I don't want to say sophisticated, but more of a working class workforce that may not have a formal education, et cetera, when that workforce uses AI, their productivity also increases and also can give more of a sense of worth and a sense of accomplishment, being able to upskill and reskill using the technology. So there's a lot of positives in the technology that we need to be aware of, and there's harm that we need to be mindful of, but it's just being sector specific in how we regulate.
I mean, one of the things I too simplistically think of, though, is that when you think about if something in our economy, the price drops or it gets more useful, do you consume more or less of it? I mean, that's just a core shape of the curve. And what we're saying here, everything I've seen says increase productivity of workers, decrease cost, however you want to think about the inverse of that. But that points towards increased consumption, doesn't it? I mean, that's the crux of it. I guess the other part of that is you touched on this when you talked about, I guess, the global world of regulation. How do we deal with regulation? Is a constraint, right? I mean, a constrained optimization can only perform as well as an unconstrained optimization. That's just a truism of optimization. So we're talking about putting some additional constraint on the U.S. versus other places. Is that going to work, or is that going to lead towards getting left behind?
I don't know if I would say it's additional. I definitely think the EU started earlier, but unlike GDPR, for example, which is the EU's privacy law, it wasn't just
given to us and said, here it is. Like the EU, whether you agree with the EUA Act or not, there was 2+ years of dialogue before now they're in trilogues and going forward. So I would say that if you look at the UKI Safety Summit that happened at the beginning of last month, that was on a global stage as a way for countries, including the global south, to get together and find a commonality and a common ground in regulation. So I don't think that the US will ever be behind in any way with regulation. I think it's a much more collaborative approach. It's just making sure that the global south is also folded into that with the West.
Very good here? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that. I don't think of it as being behind in regulation. I mean, I'm not sure that this is a case where first mover is a great thing. I'm happy to be behind Europe in this case. But in terms of how regulation of AI could affect development of AI and firms here, I think that's a kind of a scary question, because even to the extent that people believe that there are certain aspects of it that should be regulated, and you could make very good arguments for that, what happens when Chinese firms aren't? I mean, we've seen how AI is becoming more important on the battlefield, and setting aside productivity. And what happens if we're tying our own hands? Well, potentially other side is not
untied.
And I don't know.
Tough question. Let me switch slightly and talk about, we've had a theme of bias throughout, and that comes up with every. We didn't talk much about bias with manufacturing, but. I don't know. I'll take the extreme position that I'm really excited about AI bias, because I deeply suspect that we've had massive bias in our society on many levels, in many ways, for years. That's happening behind closed doors. And when I see studies that point out some massive bias on some data that we trained with, machine didn't make that bias. Machine didn't inject that racism or misogyny or whatever our bias of choice is. How do we get some benefits from the bias that this AI adoption is going to show?
You're saying, like, if AI has a bias, it kind of highlights the intrinsic bias that we already have.
And gives us a chance to work on it.
Yeah. And I think that there's also been examples of, like, I'll give an example of hiring. Like, and it's a controversial issue whether or not to use AI for resume reviews, et cetera, in hiring. But, there have been studies where the candidate's name can automatically have an implicit bias on the recruiter. And most of the time when AI is used, that bias is no longer there, because that's probably not something that's going to be trained, because a name isn't something that you're really even going to put into an input.
Model, right?
Yeah, into the model. So that's one way that a bias that could be held personally can be remedied through AI. But there could be, there were studies of bias for women and people of deeper skin tones. And then they compared those AI tools with AI tools that were developed in China, and the same mismatches that were happening to Asian Pacific Islander people were not happening with AI tools in China. Because, of course, you're being trained with more of the images, etc. The person who's developing it probably also doesn't have that. So it's a good way to, like, highlight, and I think that really pushes people to make sure that we're making sure that our developer pool is more diverse, making sure we're democratizing access to AI education. It can no longer be in, like, Silicon Valley or four-year universities, like making sure you're hitting vocational schools and community colleges in inner cities and rural areas, so that you're really increasing that diversity of training to assure that these implicit biases that you can kind of see in certain demographics can be eradicated.
Well, I would just like to underscore everything that she just said, and that again, that there's sort of organic development of well, let's just put it this way. In New York, they passed the law about transparency in hiring using AI or whatever. So a leading talent development firm in New York City goes, oh my God, what are we going to do because we use AI? Well, there, of course, not sooner was the ink dry on this regulation that a startup popped up and said, we will build you a layer of tools that will explain just exactly how your model worked. again, inserting that sort of explainability layer into what had been a predictive model solely. And then I think it probably even, generated a report that was in compliance with the law that was passed. But it enhanced this firm was so happy with it because they could go back to their customers and say, just explain what skills, were given high weight in making these recommendations. Had they done something different, they might have come up with other people. And it was this whole sort of counterfactual analysis that had allowed them to actually enhance their own services. And it actually grew out of an organic pop-up that helped satisfy the requirements of the new law.
So that push created the committee demand.
Thing,
and
yeah.
Interesting.
Which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, so first, just a couple of quick stories and ways that I've seen the bias in AI. One is we try to, I like to use DALL-E 3, play around with it like many people do, to create images for like our podcast page. And so I found that if I ask it to create an image of a panel discussion, you have to say that it has to be diverse or else it'll make it all men. And no matter how hard I try, a woman will never be speaking in the image. It's always a man. And I know I'm not doing a good job of showing that that's wrong. And the other was that for our annual Aspen conference, just for fun, I put into ChatGPT, these are all the topics we want to cover. What would be a nice agenda? And it decided that every panel had to be about AI, every single one of them. So it had its own bias. It really wanted us to talk about AI. But I want to agree with you, Sam. I couldn't agree with you more about how great is the wrong word, but how it's important that we see these in AI because then we can fix them. And they aren't examples of why we shouldn't use AI for these things. It shows us where we need to work on them because we know from thousands of years of history that people are awful. Yeah. And we don't want them making these decisions because at least we can fix the AI models.
Yeah, we can. And I think the other thing is we can fix them at scale. When you fix it once and you can fix it everywhere as opposed to going to every sort of closed room and trying to say, all right, now, come on, let's try to be a little less biased now. So, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just echo what Olivia mentioned that, there's been a number of studies that have sort of highlighted the fact that using AI to sort of review, like business loans, resume data, things like that has sort of, negated a lot of the implicit biases that a lot of people have. Yeah, I mean, it's I remember one of the discussants mentioned that people are very forgiving of AI, and so like they'll post kind of all of this, anytime the AI sort of generates some crazy result, and people will automatically sort of like forgive, and then there's some iterative process to go and fix it and stuff. And there was a funny, I guess like not very funny, but sort of dark Twitter remark about how it's like the Oppenheimer people are like the amount of intellectual brain power that's trying to get AI to spit back like some racist or some transphobic or some sexist result back is off the charts in the sense that they can't do it. And so in some there's a lot of protection being built in, which is great, and hopefully that continues.
So you mentioned the transition from November of last year. I remember I was literally teaching a class on AI when all this happens, and I had to throw away all my slides when all these things happen. So that's why you want to be an accounting professor and not a technology professor. But to what degree do we need the whole world to know these things? Like, is learning about artificial intelligence, is it the reading, writing, arithmetic, and AI level? I mean, if we're going to have lay people using these tools, to what degree do we need to push this knowledge out? And I'm worried.
I think it's imperative that we teach as many people as we can about AI because people are, I think, you can look at, I think, what's happening in terms of like policy and regulation, kind of look at how we still don't have a privacy bill. like I think the majority of people don't really understand what it means when you say accept all cookies, and like the fact that their information is, whether they care or not, I can't say, but they should at least know what they're signing up for. And the same thing, you want as many people involved in AI as possible in order to have the best data sets to pull from, right? Like you want a diverse set of imagery when you're doing facial recognition or healthcare or whatever we're going to use AI for. The more inputs we have from a diverse group, diverse regions, diverse demographics is going to make it the most valuable or
So
most
the argument
value
is
add.
that the more they know, the more they're likely to share this information.
The more they know,
improve.
the more comfortable they are to participate, and you need to earn that trust for people to know that their information isn't going to be used X places, because AI has the power to end a lot of the world's largest problems. And if our most vulnerable populations don't know about it or aren't trusting the use of it, then how are we
Right.
really? Yeah.
Yeah, so a pop-up that says accept all cookies is going to solve everything, right?
I don't know. I mean, if you decide that we have to teach AI, then we have to decide what we're not going to teach, right? Because people only have unlimited time. Should we cut more arts from school curriculum? But it can change the way that we teach other subjects. So I don't remember whether it was Avi Goldfarb or Shane Greenstein who made this point, but that maybe at some point, instead of teaching coding of different languages, we teach quasi-coding, right? So that people sort of know the structure of what it looks so they can tell the LLM once they're really good enough to do it. So I think we should think about what it means for the way we teach on different subjects.
The idea of algorithmic thinking versus to be a coder. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the worry that I have, though, is that this is a budget list request. I don't know, I see this with students going on the job market. It'd be really nice if you had 14 years of experience with ChatGPT and you could program 12 languages and, these unsolvable laundry baskets, a wish list. And I think we've just added an additional wish here without this budget point that Scott made that something's got to disappear here.
But I also think it's what like I think if you go to certain communities, they may not think their technologists can code, but the videos that they're making on TikTok that these kids are doing and the editing and the gaming that they're doing, like their minds are being trained for these arenas. It's just that, and again, I go back to democratizing of education and upskilling and reskilling and making sure we're in certain communities and not traditional tech communities, because then you're going to expose a whole new workforce that are already doing the things that would lead to more traditional coding and things like that. And it's just having the exposure and letting them know that actually this really intense TikTok edit that you just did that you think you're just doing for fun could translate into something more lucrative and
Actually, so what we need here is a recommendation engine for if I have 5 minutes to screw around, what's the 5 minutes that would make me a marketable skill versus maybe a hobby thing. I want to open this up to make sure I'm not monopolizing things, because I can do that, but are there questions that people have? Go ahead.
Thanks a lot. So I'm an economist from the International Monetary Fund. So I have a question on on firms. So if you look at Latin America again, so there are a lot of very small firms, between 1 to 5 people, employees, and the majority of firms are like this. Is it a constraint for these economies to use AI? Or innovate to use AI, and also innovate in this area. And another question is: are we in the world where the majority of AI solutions will be provided by the largest companies, or can we see any promise in that we will have smaller firms that will be able to create these AI solutions?
I think Nicholas can definitely handle the first part of that question.
That's a really great point, and that's something that's always sort of surprising to people when we talk about the census too. That close to 80% of businesses in the U.S. have fewer than 10 employees, and that's where we also see sort of the lowest adoption rates amongst all the firms and firm types. So the answer I'll give is that there are definitely barriers to entry, and so one of the things we sort of uncovered in one of our surveys is this sort of idea of digital hierarchies and technological hierarchies that are almost required before a firm can sort of effectively adopt and utilize and capitalize on AI. And so, we sort of went through sort of what are those foundations. So the first thing they need to do is they need to sort of record and capture all of their data in a digital way and then store it, right? And so that's sort of the first step. And so, while we think of digital technologies as kind of being around for the last 30, 40 years and it being a general purpose technology, a GPT, there's still 20, 30, 40% of firms that don't collect any financial information, marketing information, production information, anything digitally, that everything's sort of done via handwritten notes or filing cabinets or what have you. So that's the first step. And so whether or not like the mom and pop laundromats need a sort of digital interface to improve their business is debatable. But once you have that digital foundation, you also need computing power. And so that's where you need to store that information. And so that's where the cloud comes in. And so that's where you can capitalize on all of these, like the amount of computing power that's available today is higher than ever before. And so small businesses can scale and can utilize some of the computational, almost unlimited computational power that they require for their digital data. And then finally after that is whether or not they can utilize and effectively implement whatever sort of machine learning, machine vision, whatever technologies. And so there's a clear sort of pyramid when where AI is sort of at the top, and there's a very small percentage of firms that can effectively use that. And unfortunately, smaller firms are sort of left on the wayside because those barriers are so high. What does give me hope, though, is you kind of see this sort of U pattern when you look at adoption rate by firm size, meaning that, so the lowest, what we've seen amongst firms is that firms that have like really, really tiny firms, 1 to 4 employees, they have slightly higher rates of adoption than like the firms 6 to 10 and 10 to 19 and so forth. And so, and then obviously when you get up to like the thousands of employees, then it scales up and AI adoption is almost universal amongst the largest firms. And so there is some room for those really, really tiny firms that can utilize and capitalize on those, on those existing technologies that are provided by other firms. The second part of your question about providers, there are very few providers in the economy. I mean, we did run that question one year. It was literally a margin of error. 0.5% of firms, right, are providing technologies. The good news, though, is that we're starting to capture some administrative data from the IRS, and we're using some text mining algorithms, and we're identifying that the number of new startups where AI is part of a key description of their primary business service that they're providing, that's taking off now, especially like in 2023, and we think that's it's largely due to the arrival of LLMs. And so I think that's going to change, and subsequently, because more firms are going to be able to offer AI services and AI products to other firms, then hopefully we'll see adoption sort of follow that. But
I think it partly depends on what you mean by AI for that too, right? Because if it's an LLM, I mean, like I said, we built one and we're tiny. And it's the processing power that we use to run it also pretty small. I mean, our bills from OpenAI, which is the underlying model, I mean, less than $100 a month. So that's one thing. If you're talking about an AI that has to interpret, that does do image recognition and is, trying to look for cancer I mean, those are totally different, and those require massive amounts of power. So it's different. Although even with the cheap LLMs, I'm sure Accenture is going to sell the IMF a $20 million system and make $19.5 million profit on it. But in terms of the number of providers, I mean, it does rely really on like I said, the number of cloud providers, and there aren't a huge number, but there are enough that it's still pretty cheap. I mean, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google are competing like crazy. Then there's Oracle and others. I don't know what the right number is, but I'm not sure that there's a small number.
Actually, to push back slightly what you said, the mom and pop dry cleaner, if they take the dry cleaning to the person's house, do they use Google Maps or Waze to get there? But that didn't count, right?
That's the incidental versus, core
Right.
process question, right? And, and you're right. Like, so one of the surprising kind of stories that, anecdote that is, so when we tested these questions, one of the surprising sort of responses we got back was from a pest control company, right? And so you think, why would a pest control company use AI? Like, how is, it's in the Southeast. And so, but what we came to find out is that, we talked to them right in the middle of COVID, and they moved everything to the cloud like 1 or 2 years ago. And so their operator was based, I think, in Texas, and they operated predominantly in Georgia at the time. And then, they use, they outsourced their, an employee monitoring system. And so they, and so they're scaling and they're utilizing it effectively. And it's a small mom and pop type of shop. And so, there isn't dramatic barriers to do that, but you need to have like a pretty forward thinking, I think, either founder or leader or somebody who can sort of identify what those trends and how it can be used effectively.
One way I think about that is kind of a long tail of AI. When we think about AI, we tend to think about these massive systems within an organization that cross all organizational barriers and do a bunch of stuff, versus the other end of the tail, which is a tiny, tiny AI. And so you think about that distribution, there's a lot of value in that long tail of AI use, especially when you nudge the whole tail up with LLM type technology.
I'd also like to make a comment about data and policies that promote data sharing, which is usually done at an industry level, either voluntarily or through a consortium, or perhaps even mandated by policy. This is one of given that the models, the black boxes themselves, are available via open source. I mean, yes, one tailors them. I mean, there's no question about that. But for a given application, it's the data that you need the relevant data to do your predictions, okay? And it's not just going to be your customer base, existing customer base, if you want to expand or scale. It's got to be new data. If there are ways to promote open data in the private sector, they should be encouraged by policies and encouraged by regulation, because that's the way you get efficient, that's the way you promote innovation, and you also promote adoption. And it doesn't have to be and that's talking about moving people who are inside the frontier to more towards the frontier. So an example is the open banking data, that the open banking regulation in the UK. I might not have the right name there. But basically what the UK moved to do relatively recently, but it's at least 5 years ago, is to make the companies that are that provide financial services to customers, require them to share data. So this then enabled more competition. You could have a fintech startup starting up, okay, offering some novel service, but their potential customers were not locked into the existing banking sort of structure. And I think this is just a marvelous example of how, again, this was policy regulation, mandating industry data sharing, and then the evaluations of this policy have been overwhelmingly positive, that it has promoted more fintech startups than otherwise would have been.
That's a great example of how regulation expands versus constrains. And so that completely counters my prior claim that a constrained optimization performs worse. You've got a case where, and I'm sure we could twist the thinking around to where it's unconstrained.
Right. But it has to do with the data. So you want to promote data sharing. And you might be talking about a mom and pop firm, but if the operator has some brilliant idea about how to expand vertically or horizontally, if there was a way to get their hands on the right kind of data, they would be more able to compete effectively, which would be the idea. I should say there's an example of data share industry, voluntary industry data sharing that's been here in the United States almost forever, it seems, which is Carfax. And I won't explain it, everybody's nodding their heads. But just imagine what the world was like buying a used car before Carfax. I mean, it was the wild, wild west, and now it's very civilized. It's really, really made a difference, benefited the whole industry. And then, credit reporting is another one. But
we did a study about 8 years ago that said that the industry that shared data the most was healthcare, which seems opposite, but once we dug into it, the people knew what they could share and what they couldn't share. Like everyone else kind of had this standoff. Well, I'm not sure if I can share this data, so I'm not going to because I'm worried it's going to blow back. But with all the regulation in place in healthcare, they knew that they could or couldn't, and so it was more defined. I think there was there were other questions. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Juni Zhu, and I'm working here at the World Bank. So my question also related to what Carol just talked about, like for developing countries, do you think we should prioritize addressing the X or the black box? So it seems your answer more moving towards the X, like what happens if we don't include the developing country data samples into the generative AI ecosystem in general, right? So there is almost like an intuitive way of like at least include them first and let's see then what happens. But then when we roll this kind of your data exchange, this type of intervention out in developing countries, the biggest bottleneck is more of there is no business model out of serving these kind of minorities or the less advantaged people. In terms of private sector driven solutions, perhaps due to their market size or their purchasing power, or it's just the capability or the quality is not there. So that sort of hinder the effectiveness of addressing a lot of these how to include the X into the model. So I was wondering if I want to push your answer towards a bit more of the extreme, then what kind of low-hanging fruit or a type of sectors that you already see actually is successful, and maybe the gentleman Nicholas can also comment on that U curve that you mentioned, like for the firms that are super small and less capable, are there any already demonstrated business model to include them? Thank you.
I mean, it's easy to say include the X, but it's much harder to do, I think, is the crux here.
I'm not sure I grasp all aspects of your question, but in terms of developing countries, again, I mean, I think, sharing banking data, customer banking data, consumer banking data, is actually a policy that many other countries other than the UK have followed. I can't list them, but
the point is there could be a private sector solution then that serves that population?
Well, yeah, I mean, or the government could mandate it.
But that would then provide the service to those people through the availability of that data.
Right, right. Transportation, which is often run by the government, is probably transportation infrastructure to the extent it needs developing. I think it's one of the prime targets for applications of AI. And if it's run by the government, then the government, needs
That's
to
a lot of power to.
have the data. But I mean, contrary to Catherine's really intriguing example about the cell phones over the cobblestones in Beacon Hill, giving the noisy, bad data points as to where there are potholes in Boston. I think a clever government could get around that and increase services to underserved areas.
Based on driving around Boston, I thought my immediate reaction to that was that the model is yes, there are potholes. Like there's no ambiguity in that. Sorry, go ahead.
Billy again from Georgetown. Hope this is a quick question because I don't want to be that guy at the end of the day. So I hope this can be answered in like 30 seconds. Two questions related to regulation. One, how is it possible to encourage firms to adopt industry standards and collaborate on industry standards versus relying on regulation? That's one question. The other is how to counteract regulatory capture. The big firms, of course, have the power and the influence, and lobbyists are humans too. They serve a useful purpose in educating. So what are your thoughts on those two things?
Nobody's willing to bite. It seems a difficult problem to me that on the one hand you've got the need for this, but the other hand it's easy to do poorly and mess it up and make things far worse. And that's why I'm in academia and not not in policy. So that's my quick answer there.
No, I know that, I mean, there are people who have written histories and surveys of industry standards, and I think it is a neglected area of innovation, to tell you the truth. Now, there's, I think, a well-known history of industry standards in telecom, but there's, I mean, if you just think historically, why are all screws and nuts and bolts? I mean, why are there these standard sizes? That's not a mandate from the government. That was people, many firms who produce these gadgets, getting together and saying, we've got to have a set of standards, and then we can have interlocking parts. So whenever you've got these sort of more complicated systems, often the industry or the parties come together and voluntarily agree upon a standard. I can't speak with any authority on this because I just read it on the Uber cab over here. But yeah, right. But in today's New York Times, I think I couldn't help but notice that there was a headline on firms have agreed to get together to set standards for data, and they're what? And then it's a brief story of how some very large firms, including Walmart, among others, are essentially calling for like food label standards on data that is used in AI models, where it comes from, who provided it, or, And so you can see there's some people in a room right now saying, what do we, as both users and producers, how do we want to create metadata for these training data sets that are out there that are known to have problems, perhaps not as severe as what Catherine talked about, but of that nature. I don't know where it's going to go, but you can read the article and follow up. But like I say, there's just a long history of these sorts of things happening, and here we have one. Again, there's this symbiotic relationship between the algorithms and the data, and so people are realizing also that data sets get built over time, and somebody's trying to do something about it.
So I think it's symbolic that we end on an "it depends." I mean, we've come up with I think a very invisible hand argument on the one side. On the other hand, the analogy you gave, in 1906, Upton Sinclair wrote a book called The Jungle, which transformed the food industry because it showed what a mess that was. And because of that book, it led to you being able to open up food and see what the provenance of that food was. And so we have both the call for the invisible hand and an analogy to something where regulation was important. And maybe that's a good "it depends" way to stop. Thank you, panel, for spending the time talking with us. And thanks to everyone. And is there some sort of final moment?
Yeah, I'll give a final moment.
Okay, final moment.
Is this on? Ah, perfect. So I also don't want to be that guy that holds up everyone at the very end of a conference, so this will be brief. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I'd like to thank everyone for participating. It's been fantastic, particularly our co-organizers, Tim DiStefano and Andrea Moranti, and everyone at the World Bank and Georgetown who've helped put this on. I know it's been a lot of effort, so thank you very much. We've had some really brilliant speakers, really good. I've really enjoyed the whole day. And I'm particularly grateful to Professor Sam Ramsbottom, who personally helped in finding many of these speakers. So this wouldn't have happened without Sam. So thank you very much, Sam. So just to summarize, I'm not sure I can do justice to all the things we've heard, but at our last AI conference in May, we heard that the AI revolution was being led by a few leading firms in rich countries. And today we've heard from some of these firms themselves on how they're actually using AI in their businesses. And we've heard, several promising use cases around how the AI can help lead to portable and cheap MRI in the DRC in Africa, how it's helping retailers tailor product varieties to local demand, which is maybe distinct from other regions, how it can increase worker safety in manufacturing. We've heard many examples of how AI can lead to productivity or even broader welfare gains. But I think one of the themes coming throughout, and we heard it again in the panel at the end, was about the need for big data on which to train AI, and how this data is unevenly available. It's often missing or fragmented. In manufacturing, we heard this puts a theoretical limit on the accuracy of how useful AI can be. And then more importantly, we've heard, how there's certain countries or groups of people, poorer countries and poorer countries for which missing data is particularly problematic. And it can lead to, problems in terms of the accuracy of the predictions and potentially biases in AI. So I think ensuring that AI benefits everyone, all of society, and more firms and workers can gain, and more countries, I think is probably one of the key challenges. I think we've also heard about how many firms have started small with particular use cases, and how difficult it is to go beyond that and go into broader systems change and reorganization. Even for these leading firms that are at the frontier we heard from today, even those are saying how hard it is to scale things up and transform your organization. But I think this is key to realizing the main gains from AI. It's not the technology itself. We've heard that's just a tool. It's when you reorganize processes to take advantage of the tool, this is when you get all the gains. So we heard in retail and manufacturing, workers can benefit from AI, but they need to see the productivity gains of how it can help them, in their day jobs. And we also heard examples of how AI can help predictions of childhood illnesses in Africa, but you also need the supporting doctors and healthcare systems to be able to do something with those predictions. So I'd like to thank you all for coming, and I'd be delighted to welcome you all at our conference next year. Thank you very much.